There are stories from our ancient past that point to civilizations long before recorded history. Massive stone structures buried deep beneath the earth, monuments that appear to predate known cultures by thousands of years, and myths of a great flood that echo across nearly every ancient tradition, from Mesopotamia to the Americas. Tonight we're exploring the possibility of pre-flood civilizations and the enigmatic structures they may have left behind. Evidence that challenges everything we think we know about human origins and suggests a far more complex story of our past. Before we begin, a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They help bring them to life, but you can follow along strictly through the audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these unsettling mysteries. And if you'd like to support me making these deep dives, consider subscribing to the channel. Now, let's begin our journey into the unexplained world of pre-flood structures. Deep in the mountains of Lebanon, where ancient trade routes once carried merchants between Damascus and the Mediterranean coast, lies a place that challenges everything we think we know about the limits of human engineering. The ruins of Baalbek rise from the Bekaa Valley like monuments to impossibility, their massive stones arranged with a precision that would impress modern architects. But beneath the Roman temples that tourists photograph today lies something far more mysterious, something that predates Rome by potentially thousands of years. The Romans called this place Heliopolis, the city of the sun, and they built magnificent temples here to honor their gods Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus. These structures are impressive enough on their own, with columns that stretch 60 feet into the sky and architraves that weigh hundreds of tons. But what the Romans built, spectacular as it may be, pales in comparison to what they built it on top of. For beneath their temples lies a foundation of stone blocks so massive, so perfectly fitted, that they seem to mock our understanding of ancient capabilities. The foundation stones of Baalbek are not just large, they are monumentally, impossibly large. The three largest blocks, known collectively as the trilithon, each weigh between 800 and 1,000 tons. To put this in perspective, that's roughly equivalent to the weight of 600 cars stacked on top of each other. These blocks were not only quarried and shaped with incredible precision, but they were also transported from a quarry nearly half a mile away, and then lifted and positioned 20 feet above the ground with such accuracy that you cannot slip a piece of paper between their joints. But even the trilithon is dwarfed by what remains in the quarry. There, partially carved and abandoned, lies what archaeologists call the stone of the pregnant woman, though recent measurements have revealed an even larger block nearby that some call the stone of the south. These monoliths weigh an estimated 1,200 to 1,500 tons each. They lie there like sleeping giants, perfectly carved on 5 sides, ready for transport that never came. The question that has puzzled researchers for over a century is simple yet profound. How were these stones supposed to be moved? Modern construction relies heavily on cranes, and the largest mobile crane in the world today can lift about 1,200 tons under ideal conditions. But this crane weighs over 3,000 tons itself, requires massive support structures, and moves on dozens of wheels across specially prepared surfaces. The idea of ancient peoples moving stones of equivalent weight without such technology seems to defy logic. Yet there the stones sit, carved and ready, suggesting that whoever made them had every confidence in their ability to move them. The Romans, for all their engineering prowess, never attempted to move stones approaching this size. The largest stones they successfully transported and positioned weighed perhaps 100 to 200 tons, still impressive but nowhere near the scale of what we see at Baalbek. This has led many researchers to conclude that the megalithic foundation predates Roman occupation of the site, possibly by thousands of years. Archaeological evidence supports this theory to some extent. The Romans built their temples directly on top of the megalithic foundation, treating it as a ready-made platform rather than as part of their own construction. Roman concrete and smaller stones were used to fill gaps and level surfaces, but they clearly respected and utilized the existing structure. This suggests they found these massive blocks already in place when they arrived. But if the Romans didn't place these stones, who did? Historical accounts provide some tantalizing clues. Ancient writers, including Pliny the Elder and other classical historians, attributed the construction to various pre-Roman peoples. Some accounts credit the Phoenicians, those master seafarers and traders who dominated the eastern Mediterranean for centuries. The Phoenicians were indeed skilled builders and had the organizational capabilities to undertake massive construction projects. Their cities from Tyre to Carthage featured impressive harbors, walls, and public buildings. Yet even attributing Baalbek to the Phoenicians raises questions. While they were accomplished builders, there is no evidence that they ever attempted to move stones of the size found at Baalbek. Their construction projects, impressive as they were, typically involved much smaller stone blocks. The leap from their known capabilities to what we see at Baalbek is almost as dramatic as the leap from Roman capabilities. This has led some researchers to push the timeline back even further. If the megalithic foundation predates not only the Romans but also the Phoenicians, we might be looking at evidence of a much older civilization, one whose capabilities we have drastically underestimated. Some point to similarities with other megalithic sites around the world, suggesting that there may have been a global civilization capable of such feats of engineering. The precision of the stonework at Baalbek adds another layer to the mystery. These are not roughly hewn blocks stacked on top of each other. Each stone was carved with surfaces so flat and edges so straight that they fit together with tolerances that would challenge modern masons. The joints between blocks are often less than a millimeter wide, creating a continuous surface that has withstood earthquakes and weathering for thousands of years. This level of precision requires not only advanced tools, but also sophisticated measuring and planning techniques. The builders would have needed to map out the entire foundation, calculate the exact dimensions of each block, and then execute their plan with virtually no margin for error. A single mistake in measurement or cutting could render a 1,000-ton block useless, representing months or years of wasted labor. The quarrying process itself presents numerous puzzles. How were these massive blocks separated from the bedrock? Modern quarrying relies on diamond wire saws, hydraulic splitters, and controlled explosives. Ancient quarrying techniques typically involved heating rock with fires and then rapidly cooling it with water to create cracks, or driving wooden wedges into natural fissures and soaking them with water to expand and split the stone. While these methods can be effective for smaller blocks, scaling them up to handle 1,000-ton monoliths would require techniques and tools we have no evidence for. The transportation problem is perhaps even more daunting than the quarrying. Moving such massive stones over rough terrain would require not only enormous mechanical advantage, but also incredibly strong materials for ropes, rollers, and support structures. Some researchers have proposed that the stones were moved on massive wooden rollers, but the engineering challenges are staggering. The rollers themselves would need to be perfectly round and incredibly strong. The path would need to be precisely graded and probably paved with smaller stones to create a smooth surface. The coordination required to keep such a massive stone moving in the right direction would demand sophisticated communication and timing. Alternative theories have emerged to explain these seeming impossibilities. Some researchers have proposed that ancient builders possessed techniques for manipulating gravity or reducing the apparent weight of objects. While this sounds like science fiction, proponents point to certain acoustic properties of megalithic sites and to historical accounts of stones being moved using sound or other unconventional methods. These theories often reference stories from various cultures about stones being moved through the use of sound, levitation, or other mysterious techniques. Ancient accounts from Tibet, Peru, and other regions describe massive stones being moved through chanting, the use of specific musical instruments, or other methods that seem to defy conventional physics. While mainstream archaeology dismisses these accounts as mythological, some researchers wonder if they might contain kernels of forgotten scientific knowledge. Another line of investigation focuses on the possibility that the stones were not moved at all in the conventional sense. Some researchers have proposed that the blocks were cast in place using a form of ancient concrete or geopolymer that could be molded to achieve the precise fits we observe. This theory suggests that the builders possessed advanced knowledge of chemistry that allowed them to create stone-like materials that could be poured and shaped rather than carved and transported. While this geopolymer theory has gained some support in explaining certain aspects of pyramid construction in Egypt, it faces significant challenges when applied to Baalbek. The stones show clear evidence of quarrying marks and natural stone formation patterns that would be difficult to replicate in cast materials. Chemical analysis of the stones confirms that they are natural limestone, not artificial composites. The mystery deepens when we consider the purpose of these massive foundations. Why would any civilization invest the enormous resources required to create such a structure? The scale of the undertaking suggests that Baalbek held extraordinary importance, far beyond what would be required for a typical temple or civic building. Some researchers have proposed that the site served as more than just a religious center, perhaps functioning as an astronomical observatory, a center of learning, or even a facility with purposes we cannot yet imagine. The astronomical alignments at Baalbek add credibility to the observatory theory. The main temple complex is precisely oriented to cardinal directions, and sight lines from various points in the complex align with the rising and setting positions of certain stars and constellations, as they would have appeared thousands of years ago. This suggests that the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of astronomy and incorporated celestial observations into their architectural planning. The question of workforce and organization is equally puzzling. Moving 1,000-ton stones would require not just advanced technology, but also massive human resources and sophisticated project management. Conservative estimates suggest that moving a single block of the trilithon would require thousands of workers, along with supporting crews to manage equipment, prepare pathways, and coordinate the effort. Feeding, housing, and organizing such a workforce would represent a major undertaking in itself. This scale of organization implies a stable, prosperous civilization with advanced administrative capabilities. Yet we have little archaeological evidence for such a civilization in the region during the time frame when the megalithic foundation was supposedly built. This absence of supporting evidence has led some researchers to propose that our understanding of ancient chronology may be incomplete or incorrect. Recent discoveries at sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey have demonstrated that ancient peoples were capable of far more sophisticated construction projects than previously believed, and at much earlier dates. These discoveries have opened the door to reconsidering the age and origins of megalithic sites around the world, including Baalbek. Perhaps the builders of these massive structures were part of a widespread civilization that thrived during an era we have not yet properly understood. The tools required for working with such massive stones present another set of challenges. Cutting, shaping, and finishing blocks of this size would require tools capable of withstanding enormous stresses while maintaining precision. Modern stone-cutting tools rely on industrial diamonds or tungsten carbide, materials that were not available to ancient builders. Yet somehow, these massive blocks were cut and shaped with surfaces flat to tolerances of millimeters and edges straight as any modern mason could achieve. Some researchers have proposed that ancient builders possessed metallurgical knowledge that allowed them to create tools superior to what we typically associate with ancient technology. While we have no direct evidence of such advanced tools, the existence of the precisely cut stones themselves suggests that such tools must have existed. This creates a frustrating circular puzzle. The stones prove that advanced tools existed, but we cannot find the tools to prove that the stones could have been made. The lifting and positioning of these massive blocks represents perhaps the greatest challenge of all. Even if the blocks could somehow be transported to the construction site, raising them 20 feet above the ground and positioning them with millimeter precision would require lifting capabilities that seem impossible for ancient technology. Modern construction would use massive cranes with computer-controlled precision, but ancient builders would have been limited to ramps, levers, pulleys, and human or animal power. Some theories propose the use of massive earthen ramps that could allow the stones to be dragged up to their final positions. While this is theoretically possible, the ramps required would be enormous structures in themselves, requiring millions of tons of fill material and engineering, nearly as sophisticated as the megalithic construction they were meant to enable. No evidence of such ramps has been found at Baalbek, though supporters of this theory argue that the ramps would have been removed and the fill material recycled for other purposes once construction was complete. The precision of the final positioning adds another layer of complexity. These massive blocks are not just stacked on top of each other. They are fitted together with joints so tight that modern restoration experts struggle to identify where one block ends and another begins. Achieving such precision with 1,000-ton blocks would require not only enormous lifting capability, but also the ability to make minute adjustments during the positioning process. This precision suggests a level of planning and execution that rivals modern construction projects. The builders would have needed detailed architectural plans, precise surveying techniques, and quality control measures that ensured each block met exact specifications. The margin for error was essentially zero. A single improperly shaped or positioned block could compromise the entire structure. The durability of the construction is equally impressive. These massive stones have remained in position through thousands of years of earthquakes, temperature changes, and weathering. The region where Baalbek is located is seismically active, yet the megalithic foundation shows no signs of significant shifting or damage. This suggests that the builders understood not only how to move and position massive stones, but also how to create structures that could withstand the test of time. Modern engineers studying the site have expressed amazement at the stability of the construction. The joints between blocks, while incredibly tight, apparently allow for slight movement that helps the structure flex rather than crack during seismic activity. This sophisticated understanding of structural engineering challenges are assumptions about ancient building techniques and knowledge. The economic implications of such a massive construction project cannot be ignored. The resources required to quarry, transport, and position these stones would have represented an enormous investment for any ancient civilization. This suggests that either the builders had access to unprecedented wealth and resources, or the purpose of the structure was considered so important that no expense was spared in its construction. Some researchers have calculated that the labor required to move just the 3 blocks of the trilithon would represent tens of thousands of person-hours, not including the time required for quarrying, shaping, and preparing the construction site. When multiplied across the entire megalithic foundation, the total investment in human resources would represent a significant portion of an ancient civilization's total productive capacity. This scale of investment implies that Baalbek was not just another temple or civic building, but something of extraordinary importance to its builders. The question of what could justify such an investment remains open. Was it a religious site of supreme significance, a center of learning that attracted scholars from across the known world, or perhaps something else entirely, a facility whose purpose we cannot yet fathom based on the archaeological evidence available to us? The mystery of Baalbek continues to challenge our understanding of ancient capabilities and achievements. Each new study seems to raise more questions than it answers. Advanced techniques in archaeology, including ground-penetrating radar and 3-dimensional mapping, have revealed additional details about the construction, but have not solved the fundamental puzzle of how it was accomplished. Recent investigations have also revealed that the site may be even more extensive than previously thought. Subsurface surveys suggest that additional megalithic structures may lie buried beneath centuries of accumulated soil and debris. If true, this would mean that what we see today represents only a fraction of the original construction, making the achievement even more impressive and the mystery even deeper. The implications of Baalbek extend far beyond the site itself. If ancient peoples were capable of such feats of engineering, what else might they have accomplished that we have yet to discover or properly understand? The existence of Baalbek forces us to reconsider our assumptions about the progression of human civilization and the capabilities of our ancestors. As we continue to study this remarkable site, one thing becomes clear. Baalbek represents a level of achievement that challenges our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world. Whether built by the Romans, the Phoenicians, or some even older civilization, the megalithic foundation of Baalbek stands as a testament to human ambition and capability that continues to inspire wonder and speculation thousands of years after its construction. The massive stones of Baalbek wait in silence, keeping their secrets as they have for millennia. Until we can definitively solve the puzzle of how they were moved and positioned, they will continue to serve as one of archaeology's most compelling mysteries, a reminder that our ancestors may have possessed knowledge and capabilities that we are only beginning to appreciate. Rising from the desert sands of the Giza Plateau, the Great Sphinx has gazed eastward toward the rising sun for thousands of years. This colossal monument, with the body of a lion and the face of what most believe to be a pharaoh, has become one of the most recognizable symbols of ancient Egypt. But beneath its weathered limestone surface lies a mystery that could revolutionize our understanding of human civilization and force us to reconsider the very timeline of history itself. For more than a century, Egyptologists have maintained that the Sphinx was carved during the 4th dynasty, around 2,500 years before the Common Era, most likely during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre. This dating places its construction alongside the Great Pyramids of Giza, making it part of the golden age of pyramid building that defined ancient Egypt's Old Kingdom period. But what if this assumption is wrong? What if the Sphinx is actually thousands of years older than we've believed, carved not during Egypt's dynastic period, but during a time when the Sahara was green and rivers flowed where desert now stretches to the horizon? The controversy began in the 1970s when John Anthony West, a writer and independent Egyptologist, encountered the work of French mathematician and philosopher René Schwaller de Lubec's. Schwaller had spent years studying ancient Egyptian monuments and had made an observation that would eventually shake the foundations of archaeology. Looking at the Sphinx, he noted that the weathering patterns on its body were unlike those found on other monuments in the area. While most ancient structures in Egypt showed the effects of wind and sand erosion typical of desert environments, the Sphinx displayed what appeared to be water erosion. This observation might have remained a footnote in archaeological literature if not for West's determination to investigate further. He reached out to Robert Schoch, a professor of geology at Boston University, asking him to examine the weathering patterns on the Sphinx from a geological perspective. What Schoch discovered would ignite one of the most heated debates in modern archaeology and challenge the accepted chronology of ancient civilization. When Schoch first examined the Sphinx in the early 1990s, he approached it not as an Egyptologist, but as a geologist trained to read the story that rocks tell through their weathering patterns. What he saw immediately struck him as unusual. The limestone body of the Sphinx showed clear signs of precipitation-induced weathering, the kind caused by water running down vertical surfaces over extended periods. The weathering appeared as rounded, undulating channels and valleys carved into the stone, distinctly different from the sharp, angular erosion patterns caused by wind and sand. This type of weathering, known as precipitation runoff erosion, is characteristic of climates with regular rainfall. But here was the problem. The Giza Plateau has been arid for thousands of years. The last time the region experienced the kind of sustained rainfall necessary to create such weathering patterns was during the African humid period, which ended approximately 5,500 years ago. If the Sphinx showed clear evidence of water erosion, it would have had to be carved and exposed to the elements before this time, potentially pushing its age back by several thousand years. Scott's geological analysis didn't stop with visual observation. He conducted a thorough examination of the limestone layers that make up the Sphinx and the surrounding plateau. The Sphinx was carved from a single piece of limestone bedrock, part of the Makatam Formation that underlies the entire Giza complex. This limestone formed during the Middle Eocene period, approximately 50 million years ago, when the area was covered by a warm, shallow sea. The limestone layers at Giza vary in hardness and composition, with some layers being more resistant to erosion than others. Scott noted that the weathering patterns on the Sphinx corresponded to these geological variations in ways that were consistent with water erosion, but not with wind erosion. The softer limestone layers showed more pronounced weathering, while the harder layers remained more intact, creating the undulating profile characteristic of precipitation runoff. To support his observations, Scott compared the weathering on the Sphinx with that found on other monuments of known age in the area. The Sphinx temples, which were built using blocks quarried from around the Sphinx itself, showed similar weathering patterns but to a lesser degree. This suggested that both the Sphinx and the temples had been exposed to the same weathering conditions, but that the Sphinx had been exposed for a longer period. In contrast, monuments that were definitely built during the dynastic period, such as the mastaba tombs surrounding the pyramids, showed distinctly different weathering patterns. These structures displayed the sharp, angular erosion characteristic of wind and sand, with no evidence of the rounded, flowing channels seen on the Sphinx. This comparison strengthened Scott's argument that the Sphinx had weathered under different climatic conditions than the later monuments. The implications of Scott's geological analysis were profound. If the Sphinx truly dated to the period of regular rainfall in the region, it would push its construction back to at least 7,000 years ago, possibly much earlier. This would mean the Sphinx predated the rise of dynastic Egypt by thousands of years, suggesting that a sophisticated civilization capable of creating monumental sculpture existed in the region long before the pharaohs. The archaeological establishment's response to these claims was swift and largely negative. Egyptologists argued that there was no archaeological evidence for a civilization capable of creating the Sphinx at such an early date. The conventional timeline of human development suggested that the peoples living in the Nile Valley 7,000 to 10,000 years ago were still in the Neolithic period, lacking the organized society, advanced tools, and artistic sophistication necessary for such a monumental undertaking. Critics also pointed out that the face of the Sphinx appeared to be carved in the style characteristic of the Fourth Dynasty, specifically resembling Pharaoh Khafre. If the Sphinx were truly thousands of years older than the pyramids, why would it display stylistic features consistent with much later periods? This seemed to suggest that even if the body of the Sphinx were older, the face had been recarved during the Fourth Dynasty to match contemporary artistic conventions. Defenders of the water erosion theory responded that the face of the Sphinx had indeed been recarved multiple times throughout history. The head of the Sphinx is proportionally much smaller than the body, suggesting that it may have been reduced in size through repeated restoration and recarving efforts. If the original head had been damaged by weathering or human activity, ancient Egyptians might have recarved it to match their own artistic standards and possibly to represent their own rulers. This explanation gained some support from the observation that the head of the Sphinx shows much less weathering than the body. If both had been exposed to the elements for the same length of time, they should show similar degrees of erosion. The fact that the head is in much better condition suggests that it has been protected, restored, or recarved more recently than the body. The debate over the Sphinx's age intensified as more researchers became involved. Some geologists supported Scott's analysis, while others argued that the weathering patterns could be explained by factors other than rainfall. Alternative explanations included groundwater seepage, chemical weathering processes, or even the effects of Nile flood waters during periods when the river ran higher than it does today. One alternative theory proposed that the weathering resulted from the Sphinx being partially buried in sand for long periods, creating a humid microenvironment that could produce chemical weathering similar to that caused by rainfall. Proponents of this theory argued that moisture trapped in the sand around the Sphinx could have created conditions conducive to the observed erosion patterns without requiring a different climate. However, Scott and his supporters argued that such alternative explanations could not account for the specific patterns and distribution of weathering observed on the Sphinx. The erosion channels ran vertically down the sides of the monument in patterns consistent with water flowing down from above, not with groundwater seepage or chemical weathering in a buried environment. Additionally, the weathering was most pronounced on the upper portions of the Sphinx, where it would have been most exposed to rainfall, but least affected by groundwater or sand-trapped moisture. The controversy took on new dimensions when researchers began examining other evidence for an older date for the Sphinx. Astronomical calculations revealed that the Sphinx faces due east and would have been aligned with the constellation Leo during the spring equinox approximately 10,500 years ago. This alignment was significant because the Sphinx has the body of a lion, potentially representing the constellation Leo. If the builders of the Sphinx intended this astronomical reference, it would support a much earlier date for the monument's construction. This astronomical argument became part of a broader theory proposing that the entire Giza complex was designed to represent constellations as they appeared in the sky during the age of Leo. The three pyramids of Giza, according to this theory, were positioned to mirror the three stars of Orion's belt as they would have appeared around 10,500 years ago. Combined with the Lion-Leo connection of the Sphinx, this suggested that the monuments were built to commemorate or align with astronomical conditions that existed thousands of years before the conventional dating. Critics of the astronomical theory pointed out that the Sphinx could face east for reasons having nothing to do with the constellation Leo. The east-facing orientation made sense for a solar monument in ancient Egypt, where the sun god Ra was of supreme importance. The rising sun held deep religious significance for the Egyptians, and many of their monuments were oriented to face the dawn for this reason. As the debate continued, new evidence emerged from seismic surveys conducted around the Sphinx. These surveys revealed anomalies in the bedrock beneath and around the monument that suggested the presence of chambers or voids. While these findings didn't directly address the age question, they added another layer of mystery to the Sphinx and suggested that our understanding of the monument's construction and purpose might be incomplete. The seismic anomalies raised intriguing possibilities. If chambers existed beneath or within the Sphinx, they might contain artifacts or inscriptions that could help resolve the dating controversy. However, Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to authorize extensive excavation or drilling that might damage the monument, leaving these potential chambers unexplored and their secrets unknown. Some researchers have suggested that these hidden chambers might have been created by the original builders of the Sphinx, possibly serving as storage areas for sacred objects or astronomical instruments. If such chambers exist and contain artifacts from the original construction period, they could provide definitive evidence for the monument's true age. Alternatively, the chambers might be natural formations or the result of later modifications to the structure. The water erosion theory gained additional support from climatological studies of the region's ancient climate. Research into paleoclimatic conditions confirmed that the Sahara region experienced much wetter conditions during certain periods in the past. The African humid period, lasting roughly from 15,000 to 5,500 years ago, brought substantial rainfall to areas that are now desert. During this period, the Sahara was green and dotted with lakes, rivers, and abundant vegetation. Rock art from various locations in the Sahara provides evidence of this wetter period, depicting animals like elephants, giraffes, and crocodiles that could not survive in the current arid environment. Human settlements from this period show evidence of fishing, farming, and complex societies that thrived in the Green Sahara. If a sophisticated civilization existed during this period, it might have been capable of creating monuments like the Sphinx. The end of the African humid period was marked by a relatively rapid transition to arid conditions, driven by changes in Earth's orbital patterns that affected the strength and position of the African monsoon. This climate shift would have forced populations to migrate toward the Nile Valley and other remaining water sources, potentially contributing to the rise of Egyptian civilization along the river. Some proponents of the older Sphinx theory suggest that the monument was created by peoples who lived in the region during the Green Sahara period, and that knowledge of its existence was passed down through generations of Nile Valley inhabitants. When dynastic Egyptian civilization arose, they may have incorporated the ancient monument into their own religious and cultural complex, eventually coming to regard it as their own creation. This theory helps explain why the Sphinx appears to have been repeatedly restored and modified throughout Egyptian history. Rather than being a fourth dynasty creation, it may have been an ancient monument that required constant maintenance and occasional recarving to preserve it for future generations. The smaller, more recently carved head could represent one of these restoration efforts, created to replace an original head that had become too weathered to preserve. Archaeological evidence for sophisticated pre-dynastic cultures in the region remains limited but not entirely absent. Sites like Nabta Playa in southern Egypt have revealed evidence of complex societies existing as early as 7,000 years ago, complete with elaborate stone circles, astronomical alignments, and evidence of long-distance trade. While these cultures were not as architecturally sophisticated as later Egyptian civilizations, they demonstrate that the capacity for organized society and monumental construction existed in the region much earlier than previously believed. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey has further challenged assumptions about the capabilities of ancient peoples. This elaborate temple complex, featuring massive carved stone pillars arranged in intricate patterns, dates to approximately 11,000 years ago, making it older than Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids. If hunter-gatherer societies in Turkey were capable of such sophisticated construction at this early date, it becomes more plausible that similar capabilities existed in other regions, including the Nile Valley. Recent genetic studies have revealed that ancient Egyptian populations included significant components of sub-Saharan African ancestry, particularly in the pre-dynastic and early dynastic periods. This suggests that the peoples who eventually became the ancient Egyptians may have included migrants from regions that were affected by the drying of the Sahara. These migrants might have brought with them knowledge and traditions from the Green Sahara period, including awareness of ancient monuments like a pre-existing Sphinx. The question of the Sphinx's original appearance adds another dimension to the mystery. If the monument is indeed much older than conventionally believed, what did it originally look like? The current head, even if it has been recarved, maintains the proportions and style of Egyptian pharaonic art. But if the original Sphinx dated to the Green Sahara period, it might have had a completely different appearance and meaning. Some researchers have suggested that the original Sphinx might have had the head of a lion to match its body, creating a complete lion sculpture rather than the human-headed hybrid we see today. A lion-headed Sphinx would have been more astronomically significant if it were indeed meant to represent the constellation Leo, and it would have been more culturally appropriate for a pre-Egyptian civilization that might have venerated different deities and symbols than those later adopted by the pharaohs. The possibility of a lion-headed original raises questions about when and why the head was changed to human form. If ancient Egyptians discovered a weathered lion sculpture from a previous civilization, they might have recarved the head to represent one of their own rulers, effectively claiming the ancient monument as their own. This would explain both the stylistic inconsistency between head and body and the proportional problems that have long puzzled researchers. Modern technology has begun to provide new tools for investigating these questions. Three-dimensional scanning and modeling techniques have created detailed digital maps of the Sphinx's surface, revealing subtle features and weathering patterns that are not easily visible to the naked eye. These high-resolution models allow researchers to study the monument's condition and construction techniques with unprecedented precision. Computer modeling has also been used to simulate different weathering scenarios, testing whether the observed erosion patterns are more consistent with rainfall, wind erosion, or other environmental factors. While these simulations cannot definitively resolve the debate, they have generally supported the conclusion that the weathering patterns are most consistent with precipitation-induced erosion. Ground-penetrating radar and other subsurface imaging techniques have continued to reveal anomalies around and beneath the Sphinx. Some of these anomalies appear to be natural geological features, while others might represent human-made chambers or structures. The exact nature of these features remains unknown without direct excavation, but their existence suggests that the Sphinx complex is more elaborate than what is visible on the surface. The broader implications of an older Sphinx extend far beyond Egyptology. If the monument truly dates to the end of the last ice age or the beginning of the Holocene period, it would represent evidence of sophisticated civilization existing much earlier than mainstream archaeology currently accepts. This could force a complete reconsideration of human development and the timeline of civilizational achievement. Such a revelation would also raise questions about what other ancient monuments might be older than currently believed. Sites around the world display construction techniques and astronomical alignments that seem remarkably sophisticated for their supposed ages. If human civilization achieved higher levels of development much earlier than conventionally thought, many archaeological sites might require re-evaluation and redating. The water erosion theory has also inspired research into other potential indicators of the Sphinx's age. Chemical analysis of the limestone has revealed trace elements and compounds that might provide clues about the environmental conditions during its carving and early exposure. While these studies are still preliminary, they offer the possibility of more definitive dating through scientific analysis rather than stylistic comparison. Isotopic analysis of the stone could potentially reveal information about the climate conditions during the Sphinx's exposure to the elements. Different isotopic ratios in limestone can indicate the temperature and humidity conditions under which weathering occurred. If such analysis could demonstrate that the Sphinx weathered under conditions significantly different from those of the past 5,000 years, it would provide strong support for an older date. The debate over the Sphinx's age has also highlighted the importance of interdisciplinary approaches to archaeological questions. The collaboration between John Anthony West, Robert Scott, and other researchers from different fields has demonstrated how geological expertise can provide new perspectives on archaeological monuments. This interdisciplinary approach has become increasingly important in archaeology, as new scientific techniques offer ways to test and refine traditional dating methods and interpretations. As research continues, the mystery of the Sphinx's true age remains unsolved. The monument continues to guard its secrets, worn by millennia of wind, sand, and possibly rain. Whether it was carved during the reign of Khafre or during the Green Sahara period thousands of years earlier, the Sphinx stands as a testament to human ambition and artistic achievement. The weathered features of this ancient guardian have witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the changing of the climate from green to desert, and the endless human quest to understand our own history. until new evidence emerges or new techniques allow us to definitively date the monument's construction. The Sphinx will continue to pose one of archaeology's most intriguing questions. Just how far back does human civilization really extend? And what other secrets from our distant past remain buried beneath the sands of time? The Great Sphinx keeps watch as it has for millennia, its ancient eyes holding secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of human history, if only we knew how to read the story written in its weathered stone. Deep in the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, beneath layers of earth that have accumulated for millennia, lies something that shouldn't exist. Something so ancient, so sophisticated, that it challenges everything we thought we knew about our earliest ancestors. This is Göbekli Tepe, and it's rewriting the story of human civilization. Picture this. You're standing in what looks like an empty field, watching archaeologists carefully brush away centuries of dirt. Slowly, impossibly, massive stone pillars begin to emerge from the ground. These aren't just any stones, they're precisely carved limestone monoliths, some standing nearly 20 feet tall and weighing up to 20 tons each. They're arranged in perfect circles, decorated with intricate carvings of animals that seem to leap from the stone itself. But here's what makes your spine tingle with mystery. This site is at least 12,000 years old. That dates it to around 9600 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge by over 6,000 years, older than the Great Pyramid by more than 7,000 years. At the time Göbekli Tepe was built, humans were supposed to be simple hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic groups, with no permanent settlements, no agriculture, and certainly no ability to construct massive stone temples. Yet here it stands, defying explanation. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe reads like something from an adventure novel. In 1963, a routine archaeological survey in the area noted some unusual stone fragments scattered across a hilltop. For decades, these fragments were dismissed as the remains of a medieval cemetery. Nothing particularly exciting, just another small archaeological footnote in a region rich with ancient history. But in 1994, German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt arrived at the site and immediately recognized that something extraordinary lay beneath the surface. What he saw in those scattered stones wasn't medieval masonry. It was something far, far older. Schmidt would spend the next 20 years of his life uncovering what many now consider the most important archaeological discovery of the modern era. As Schmidt and his team began their careful excavation, the true scope of Göbekli Tepe slowly revealed itself. They uncovered not one, but multiple circular enclosures, each containing dozens of massive T-shaped pillars arranged with mathematical precision. The craftsmanship was breathtaking. These weren't crude stone arrangements. They were sophisticated architectural achievements that required advanced planning, skilled artisans, and coordinated labor on a massive scale. The pillars themselves are works of art. Each one is carved from a single piece of limestone, quarried from nearby hills and somehow transported to the site. The largest pillars weigh as much as a modern city bus, yet they were moved and erected with tools that archaeologists believe were limited to simple stone implements. No wheels, no pulleys, no metal tools, just human ingenuity and determination. But it's the carvings on these pillars that truly capture the imagination. The stones are covered with intricate reliefs of animals, lions, boars, foxes, snakes, birds, and creatures that seem to dance across the limestone surface. These aren't simple scratches or primitive drawings. They're sophisticated artistic representations that show a deep understanding of anatomy, proportion, and artistic technique. Some of the most intriguing carvings show animals that weren't native to the region during the time period when Göbekli Tepe was built. There are depictions of creatures from warmer climates, suggesting that either the climate was dramatically different 12,000 years ago, or that the builders had knowledge of animals from distant lands. How did they know what these creatures looked like? Did they travel vast distances to observe them, or were they preserving memories of a time when the world was very different? The arrangement of the site itself is puzzling. Unlike later temples or settlements, Göbekli Tepe shows no evidence of permanent habitation. There are no domestic structures, no kitchens, no living quarters. It appears to have been built purely as a ceremonial center, a place where people gathered for purposes we can only guess at. This challenges our fundamental assumptions about the development of human society. Traditional archaeological thinking suggests that religion and monumental architecture developed only after humans established permanent settlements and agriculture. The logic was simple. You need a stable food supply and permanent communities before you can devote resources to building temples. But Göbekli Tepe suggests the opposite, that perhaps religion came first, and the need to maintain and visit these sacred sites may have been what drove humans to develop agriculture and permanent settlements. This revolutionary idea is sometimes called the cathedral hypothesis. Instead of temples being built by established civilizations, perhaps the drive to build and maintain these sacred sites actually created civilization. The coordination required to quarry, transport, and erect these massive stones would have required unprecedented cooperation between different groups of hunter-gatherers. They would have needed to organize labor, share resources, and develop systems of leadership and planning. But who were these people? What did they believe? The animal carvings might hold clues. Some researchers believe the creatures represent different spiritual or mythological concepts, perhaps serving as totems for different clans or representing different aspects of the natural world they revered. Lions might have symbolized strength and courage, while birds could have represented the connection between earth and sky. Other theories suggest the animals might have served as warnings or protective symbols. Perhaps the site was considered dangerous or sacred, and the animal guardians were meant to keep unwelcome visitors away. Some of the carvings show animals in aggressive poses, with bared teeth and raised claws, which might support this interpretation. The most mysterious aspect of Göbekli Tepe might be astronomical. Many researchers have noted that the pillars and enclosures appear to be aligned with certain celestial events. The site may have served as an ancient observatory, used to track the movements of stars and planets. This would suggest that 12,000 years ago, humans had developed not only religious beliefs and artistic skills, but also sophisticated astronomical knowledge. One particularly intriguing theory connects Göbekli Tepe to a specific astronomical event. Around the time the site was built, the star Sirius would have appeared to die and be reborn, as it disappeared below the horizon and then returned. This cycle might have held deep spiritual significance for the builders, and the entire complex may have been designed to commemorate or observe this celestial drama. But perhaps the greatest mystery of Göbekli Tepe is why it was deliberately buried. Around 8000 BCE, the site was carefully filled in with tons of dirt and debris. This wasn't natural accumulation over time. It was a deliberate act of concealment. Someone made the conscious decision to hide these magnificent structures from the world. Why would ancient people bury their most sacred site? Several theories have been proposed, each more intriguing than the last. Perhaps the site became too powerful, too sacred to remain in use. Maybe shifting religious beliefs made the old temple obsolete, and it was buried as a sign of respect rather than destroyed. Or perhaps something happened, a catastrophe, a war, a plague, that made the site dangerous or cursed in the eyes of its builders. Some researchers believe the burial of Göbekli Tepe coincides with the development of agriculture in the region. As people began settling down and farming, perhaps the old nomadic religious traditions became obsolete. The site might have been buried as a way of closing one chapter of human development and opening another. But there are more dramatic theories. Some researchers point to evidence of a global catastrophe around the end of the last ice age, approximately 12,800 years ago. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis suggests that a comet or asteroid struck Earth during this period, causing sudden climate changes, massive flooding, and widespread destruction. If an advanced civilization existed at that time, such an event could have wiped them out, leaving only ruins like Göbekli Tepe as evidence of their existence. This catastrophe theory is controversial, but it's gained traction in recent years as more evidence emerges. If true, it would mean that Göbekli Tepe wasn't built by primitive hunter-gatherers at all, but by survivors of a more advanced civilization that was largely destroyed by natural disaster. The burial of the site might have been an attempt to preserve it for future generations, a time capsule left by people who knew their world was ending. The implications of this theory are staggering. It would mean that human civilization is much older than we believed, and that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that were lost in a global catastrophe. It would explain how people 12,000 years ago could accomplish engineering feats that seem impossible with primitive tools. And it would suggest that there might be other sites like Göbekli Tepe, still buried beneath millennia of sediment, waiting to be discovered. Recent discoveries at Göbekli Tepe continue to deepen the mystery. In 2021, archaeologists found evidence that the site is even larger than previously thought, with ground-penetrating radar revealing additional structures still buried nearby. Some estimates suggest that less than 5% of the site has been excavated, meaning that the greatest discoveries may still lie ahead. Even more intriguingly, similar sites are being discovered across Turkey and the broader region. Karahan Tepe, Nevali Kori, and other ancient complexes show similar architectural features and astronomical alignments. This suggests that Göbekli Tepe wasn't an isolated anomaly, but part of a broader cultural tradition that spanned vast distances and long periods of time. The more we learn about Göbekli Tepe, the more questions arise. How did hunter-gatherers organize the labor needed to build such massive structures? Where did they acquire the advanced astronomical knowledge evident in the site's design? What beliefs or experiences motivated them to undertake such an enormous project? And most mysteriously, what happened to the knowledge and traditions that created this wonder? Some researchers believe that the answers might lie in oral traditions and mythologies that have survived to the present day. Stories of a great flood, of lost golden ages, of advanced ancestors who possessed magical knowledge, these tales exist in cultures around the world. Perhaps they're not just myths, but distant memories of real events and real people who built places like Göbekli Tepe. The site continues to challenge our understanding of human development. Every carved pillar, every aligned stone, every buried enclosure tells us that our ancestors were far more sophisticated than we ever imagined. They possessed architectural knowledge, artistic skills, astronomical understanding, and organizational capabilities that we're only beginning to appreciate. As archaeologists continue their painstaking work at Göbekli Tepe, each discovery raises new questions about the true age of human civilization. The site stands as a monument to the ingenuity and spiritual sophistication of our ancestors, but it also serves as a reminder of how much we still don't know about our own past. What other secrets lie buried beneath the hills of Turkey? What other impossible structures wait to be discovered? And what will they tell us about the true story of human civilization? The mystery of Göbekli Tepe is far from solved, and with each passing year, it seems to grow deeper and more compelling. In the end, Göbekli Tepe forces us to confront a humbling truth. We may not be the first advanced civilization to walk this planet. The sophisticated builders who created this masterpiece 12,000 years ago possessed knowledge and capabilities that we're still trying to understand. Their legacy, carved in stone and buried by time, reminds us that the story of human achievement is far older and more complex than we ever dared imagine. Off the coast of Japan, beneath 25 meters of crystal-clear Pacific water, lies one of the most controversial underwater discoveries in archaeological history. The Yonaguni Monument, as it's come to be known, is a massive stone structure that defies easy explanation. Is it the remnant of a lost civilization, carved by human hands thousands of years ago? Or is it simply an unusual natural rock formation, sculpted by geological forces over millions of years? This question has divided scientists, archaeologists, and researchers for decades, sparking heated debates and inspiring wild theories about ancient civilizations and catastrophic floods. The truth, like the monument itself, remains submerged beneath layers of mystery and scientific uncertainty. The story begins in 1986 with Kihachiro Aratake, a local diving guide who was exploring the waters off Yonaguni Island, the westernmost inhabited island of Japan. Aratake was searching for new diving spots to show tourists when he encountered something that would change his life forever. Rising from the ocean floor like a submerged pyramid, he found what appeared to be a massive stone structure, complete with terraced levels, straight edges, and what looked like carved steps. Word of Aratake's discovery spread quickly through the diving community and eventually reached Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist at the University of the Ryukyus in Okinawa. Kimura dove to the site and was immediately struck by what he saw. The structure appeared to be a stepped pyramid, approximately 150 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 27 meters high. Its surfaces showed what looked like carved terraces, steps, and platforms that seemed too regular and precise to be natural. From his first dive, Professor Kimura was convinced that the Yonaguni Monument was artificial, built by human hands in a distant past when the area was above sea level. He began a decades-long campaign to study and promote the site, arguing that it represented evidence of a sophisticated ancient civilization that existed in the region thousands of years ago. But not everyone shared Kimura's enthusiasm or conclusions. Other geologists, including Professor Robert Schoch from Boston University, examined the monument and came to very different conclusions. Schoch, a geologist with expertise in ancient structures, argued that the Yonaguni Monument was most likely a natural formation, created by well-understood geological processes over long periods of time. The debate between these two schools of thought continues to this day, with passionate advocates on both sides presenting compelling evidence for their positions. Understanding this controversy requires us to examine both the structure itself and the geological history of the region. The Yonaguni Monument sits on the edge of a tectonic plate boundary in one of the most geologically active regions on Earth. Japan sits at the intersection of four major tectonic plates: the Pacific Plate, the Philippine Sea Plate, the Eurasian Plate, and the North American Plate. This position makes the region prone to earthquakes, volcanic activity, and dramatic changes in sea level over geological time. The bedrock in the area consists primarily of sandstone, a sedimentary rock that forms in distinct layers over millions of years. Sandstone has particular properties that make it prone to specific types of erosion and fracturing. When subjected to tectonic stress, water erosion, and chemical weathering, sandstone can form remarkably regular structures that can appear almost architectural in nature. Professor Schoch argues that this is exactly what happened at Yonaguni. He points out that the monument is carved from a single piece of bedrock, connected to the surrounding seafloor rather than built from separate blocks. The fractures and surfaces that create the stepped appearance, he claims, follow natural joint patterns in the rock. These joints, natural weakness planes in the stone, would have been exploited by erosion and tectonic activity over millions of years. Schoch also notes that there are similar natural sandstone formations elsewhere in the world that show comparable regular, step-like features. He argues that while the Yonaguni Monument is certainly impressive and unusual, it falls within the range of what natural geological processes can create given enough time. But Professor Kimura and his supporters present their own compelling evidence. They point to features that seem difficult to explain through natural processes alone. There are what appear to be carved channels, drainage systems, and even decorative elements on the structure. Some surfaces show tool marks that Kimura believes are evidence of human modification. There are also smaller structures nearby that appear to be roads, walls and platforms that would make more sense as human constructions than as natural formations. One of the most intriguing features is what Kimura calls the turtle, a large rock formation near the main structure that resembles a carved animal. If natural, it would be an extraordinary coincidence that erosion would create something so lifelike. Kimura argues that this is evidence of artistic modification by ancient craftsmen. The timing question is crucial to this debate. For the monument to be artificial, it would have had to be built when the area was above sea level. The last time the Yonaguni area was consistently above water was during the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower than they are today. This would date any human construction to at least 10,000 years ago, and possibly much earlier. This timeline creates its own controversies. 10,000 years ago, according to mainstream archaeology, the region was inhabited by Jaman culture people, who are known primarily for their pottery and simple settlements. There's no evidence that they possessed the engineering skills necessary to create massive stone monuments. For the Yonaguni Monument to be artificial, it would require us to accept that a much more advanced civilization existed in the region during the Ice Age, a civilization that has left no other clear traces in the archaeological record. Some researchers have suggested that the monument might be connected to other controversial sites in the region. There are underwater structures off the coasts of India, Cuba, and other locations that some believe represent evidence of advanced pre-flood civilizations. If these sites are all artificial, they might represent a global pattern of ancient construction that was submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. The flood mythology connection is particularly intriguing. Cultures around the world have stories of great floods that destroyed ancient civilizations. The biblical story of Noah's flood is perhaps the most famous in Western culture, but similar tales exist in Mesopotamian, Hindu, Greek, and Native American traditions. Some researchers argue that these stories might preserve genuine historical memories of the flooding that occurred when the Ice Age glaciers melted and sea levels rose dramatically. If this interpretation is correct, then underwater sites like Yonaguni might be physical evidence of the civilizations described in these flood myths. They would represent the submerged remains of human settlements that were lost when rising seas claimed vast areas of previously habitable coastal land. But this theory faces significant challenges. The archaeological record shows a clear progression of human technological development, with no gaps that would indicate a lost advanced civilization. The tools, pottery, and other artifacts from the relevant time periods all suggest relatively simple hunter-gatherer societies, not the advanced engineers who would have been needed to build massive stone monuments. Recent underwater archaeology at other sites has provided important context for interpreting Yonaguni. When genuine underwater archaeological sites have been discovered, such as the submerged city of Pavloptri in Greece or the ancient port of Caesarea in Israel, they show clear evidence of human construction. There are remains of walls built from separate stones, artifacts like pottery and tools, and clear architectural patterns that differ from natural rock formations. At Yonaguni, despite decades of investigation, no such clear archaeological evidence has been found. There are no pottery shards, no tools, no clear evidence of mortar or construction techniques that would definitively prove human involvement. This absence of artifacts is particularly significant because underwater archaeological sites typically preserve organic and inorganic materials very well. The geological evidence continues to support the natural formation theory. Recent studies have shown that the types of fractures and erosion patterns seen at Yonaguni are consistent with what would be expected from natural tectonic activity in the region. The area experiences frequent earthquakes that could create the clean breaks and straight edges that make the formation appear artificial. Water flow patterns in the area could also explain some of the monument's features. Strong currents moving through the underwater canyon where the structure sits could have carved channels and smoothed surfaces in ways that might appear deliberate, but are actually the result of centuries of water erosion. However, supporters of the artificial theory point out that natural processes don't always create such regular, seemingly purposeful arrangements. They argue that while individual features might be explainable through geology, the combination of features at Yonaguni is so unusual that it suggests human intervention. The debate has been complicated by the site's popularity among divers and the tourism industry. The monument has become a major attraction, bringing thousands of visitors to Yonaguni Island each year. This economic interest has sometimes overshadowed scientific investigation, with competing claims and interpretations being promoted for commercial rather than scholarly reasons. Some researchers have attempted to find middle ground in the debate. They suggest that while the basic structure might be natural, it could have been modified or enhanced by ancient peoples. This theory would explain both the geological characteristics of the bedrock and the seemingly artificial features that are difficult to attribute to natural processes alone. If this hybrid theory is correct, ancient peoples might have discovered an unusual natural rock formation and modified it for their own purposes, perhaps as a quarry, a ceremonial site, or a defensive position. They might have carved steps, channels, and platforms into the existing rock, creating the monument we see today. This interpretation would still push back the timeline of advanced human activity in the region, but not as dramatically as the fully artificial theory. It would suggest that Ice Age peoples were more sophisticated than previously thought, but not necessarily capable of building massive monuments from scratch. The question of the monument's age remains contentious regardless of its origin. If natural, the formation could be millions of years old, created gradually by geological processes. If artificial or modified by humans, it must be at least 10,000 years old, the last time the area was above sea level, and could potentially be much older. Some researchers have suggested even more dramatic timelines. If sea levels were different due to tectonic activity rather than just glacial cycles, the monument could potentially be much older than current estimates suggest. This would push any human involvement back tens of thousands of years, requiring a complete rethinking of the timeline of human civilization. Recent technological advances have provided new tools for studying the monument. High-resolution sonar mapping, underwater photography, and 3D modeling techniques have created detailed records of the structure that can be analyzed by researchers who cannot visit the site in person. These technologies have revealed previously unknown features and helped clarify the monument's structure. Some of these new discoveries have supported the natural formation theory. Detailed analysis has shown that many of the monument's features follow natural joint patterns in the bedrock. The stepped appearance results from the intersection of horizontal bedding planes and vertical joints, a common feature in sedimentary rocks subjected to tectonic stress. But other discoveries have kept the controversy alive. New chambers and passages have been found within the structure that some researchers believe are too regular and purposeful to be natural. There are also potential connections to other underwater features in the area that might represent a larger complex of related structures. The debate over Yonaguni has broader implications for our understanding of human history and development. If the monument is artificial, it would represent evidence of advanced civilization much earlier than currently accepted by mainstream archaeology. This would require significant revisions to our understanding of human technological and cultural development. Such a discovery would also lend credibility to other controversial archaeological claims around the world. Sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which already challenges conventional timelines, might be part of a broader pattern of advanced ancient construction that has been overlooked or dismissed by traditional archaeology. The political and cultural dimensions of the debate cannot be ignored either. In Japan, There is considerable national pride in the possibility that the monument represents evidence of an advanced ancient Japanese civilization. This cultural investment has sometimes made objective scientific evaluation more difficult, as researchers face pressure to support particular interpretations. International academic politics have also played a role. The controversy has sometimes been characterized as a conflict between Japanese researchers who support the artificial theory and Western scientists who favor natural explanations. While this characterization is oversimplified, it reflects real tensions in the international archaeological community. As research continues, new questions keep emerging. If the monument is natural, why are there so few similar formations elsewhere in the world? If it's artificial, why is there no other evidence of the advanced civilization that created it? And regardless of its origin, what does its discovery tell us about the dynamic relationship between human societies and changing sea levels? The Yonaguni Monument remains one of the most enigmatic archaeological controversies of our time. Whether carved by ancient hands or sculpted by geological forces, it stands as a testament to the mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the world's oceans. Its regular terraces and precise angles continue to challenge our understanding of what's possible, whether through human ingenuity or natural processes. Perhaps the most important lesson from Yonaguni is that our planet still holds secrets that we're only beginning to discover. The ocean floors, which cover 70% of Earth's surface, remain largely unexplored. If structures like Yonaguni exist in one location, there may be many others waiting to be found in the depths. The monument serves as a reminder that the boundary between the natural and artificial isn't always as clear as we might expect. Whether created by human hands or geological forces, Yonaguni demonstrates the remarkable things that can emerge from the intersection of time, pressure, and water. Its mystery continues to inspire researchers, divers, and dreamers who believe that the greatest discoveries about our past may still lie hidden beneath the waves. Hidden in the mountains of South Africa lies a stone circle that defies everything we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. Known as Adam's Calendar, this mysterious structure sits atop a remote hill in Mpumalanga province, roughly 75,000 years old according to some estimates. If true, that would make it the oldest man-made structure on Earth, predating Stonehenge by more than 70,000 years. But how is that possible? And why does mainstream archaeology seem reluctant to acknowledge its significance? The first thing that strikes you about Adam's Calendar is its sheer age. While most ancient structures we know about were built within the last 10,000 years, this stone circle appears to stretch back to a time when humans were supposedly nothing more than primitive hunter-gatherers. Yet here stands what appears to be a sophisticated astronomical calculator, precisely aligned with cardinal directions and celestial bodies in ways that suggest advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. The site was brought to international attention by Michael Tellinger, a South African author and researcher who has spent decades studying the ruins scattered across the region. According to Tellinger, Adam's Calendar is just one piece of a much larger puzzle. The surrounding landscape is dotted with thousands of stone circles, agricultural terraces, and mysterious structures that seem to form a vast interconnected network stretching across hundreds of square kilometers. Some researchers estimate there could be as many as 10 million stone ruins in this area alone. What makes Adam's Calendar particularly intriguing is its astronomical alignments. The stones are positioned to mark the rise and set points of the sun during solstices and equinoxes with remarkable precision. The main axis of the circle aligns perfectly with the cardinal directions, while specific stones mark the positions of prominent stars and constellations. This level of astronomical knowledge suggests whoever built it had a sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics that we didn't think existed 75,000 years ago. The dating of the site has been one of the most controversial aspects of the Adam's Calendar mystery. Traditional archaeological methods like carbon dating can't be used on the stones themselves since they're not organic material. Instead, researchers have relied on other dating techniques. Some have used archaeoastronomy, calculating how the star alignments would have appeared in the distant past due to the slow wobble of Earth's axis called precession. These calculations suggest the stones were aligned with certain stars around 75,000 years ago. Others have looked at the erosion patterns on the stones and the soil buildup around the site. The weathering suggests the structures have been exposed to the elements for tens of thousands of years. Geological evidence from the surrounding area also indicates that some of the terraces and channels were carved during periods of different climate conditions that existed long before the last ice age. But mainstream archaeology remains skeptical. Many archaeologists argue that such dating methods are unreliable and that the site is much younger than claimed. They point out that similar stone circles in other parts of Africa have been dated to within the last few thousand years, not tens of thousands. Some suggest that Adam's calendar could be the work of more recent African civilizations, possibly connected to the great kingdoms of Zimbabwe or other sophisticated societies that flourished in the region over the past 2,000 years. The controversy deepens when you consider the implications of accepting the older dates. If humans were building sophisticated astronomical calculators 75,000 years ago, it would completely rewrite our understanding of human development. At that time, according to conventional theory, humans had only recently migrated out of Africa and were living in small nomadic groups with simple stone tools. The idea that they could organize large-scale construction projects and possess advanced astronomical knowledge challenges the entire timeline of human civilization. Yet the evidence at Adam's calendar is hard to ignore. The precision of the astronomical alignments is undeniable. The stones mark not just the obvious solar events like solstices, but also more subtle celestial phenomena. Some stones appear to track the 19-year metonic cycle, the period after which lunar phases repeat on the same calendar dates. Others seem aligned with the precession of certain stars, suggesting the builders understood this 26,000-year cycle of Earth's axial wobble. The construction techniques also raise questions. Many of the stones are perfectly fitted together without mortar, using the same megalithic building methods found at sites like Pumapunku and Sacsayhuaman in South America. Some stones show evidence of having been cut with incredible precision, creating perfectly flat surfaces and sharp 90-degree angles that would be challenging to achieve even with modern tools. What's perhaps most mysterious about Adam's calendar is its connection to sound. Researchers have discovered that the stone circle has unusual acoustic properties. Certain frequencies resonate within the structure, creating standing wave patterns that seem to focus sound energy at specific points. Some believe this was intentional, that the builders designed the site to harness and manipulate sound waves for unknown purposes. This acoustic mystery connects to broader theories about ancient civilizations and their understanding of vibrational frequencies. Some researchers suggest that many megalithic sites around the world were built with similar acoustic properties, perhaps used for healing, meditation, or even more exotic purposes we don't yet understand. The idea that Stone Age people could have possessed such knowledge seems impossible, yet the evidence keeps mounting. The broader landscape around Adam's calendar adds another layer to the mystery. The entire region is covered with what appears to be ancient agricultural infrastructure. There are terraced hillsides that could have been used for farming, elaborate channel systems that might have carried water across vast distances, and circular stone structures that could have been grain silos or storage facilities. If these features are as old as some researchers claim, they would represent the world's first large-scale agriculture, predating known farming by tens of thousands of years. Some of the most intriguing features in the area are the so-called bird-eye stone circles. These are perfectly round stone rings that can only be fully appreciated from above, leading some to speculate about their purpose. Were they astronomical markers visible from elevated positions, ancient landing pads for some unknown flying technology, or simply ceremonial sites designed to be viewed by the gods? The sheer scale of the ruins suggests this wasn't the work of a small group of people. If the dating is correct, it would have required a large, organized civilization with sophisticated planning and engineering capabilities. This raises uncomfortable questions about what we've been taught about human history. Could there have been advanced civilizations in Africa tens of thousands of years before the rise of Mesopotamia and Egypt? One theory that's gained traction among alternative researchers is that Adam's calendar and the surrounding ruins are remnants of a pre-flood civilization. According to this hypothesis, an advanced human society existed in southern Africa before a global catastrophe destroyed most traces of their existence. The flood myths found in cultures around the world, from the biblical account of Noah to similar stories in Mesopotamia, India, and the Americas, might be cultural memories of this actual event. Geological evidence does suggest that the region experienced dramatic climate changes in the distant past. The Sahara Desert, for example, was a lush, green landscape with rivers and lakes as recently as 5,000 years ago. Even more dramatically, sea levels were much lower during ice ages, exposing vast coastal areas that are now underwater. If advanced civilizations existed during these periods, most of their remains would now be on the ocean floor, explaining why we find so little evidence of very ancient human achievements. The flood hypothesis gains support from the work of researchers like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, who have documented extensive evidence for a global catastrophe around 12,800 years ago. This event, possibly caused by a comet impact or massive solar flare, would have triggered worldwide flooding, dramatic climate changes, and the extinction of many large animal species. Any advanced civilizations existing at the time would have been devastated, with only scattered survivors preserving fragments of their knowledge. But if Adam's calendar really is 75,000 years old, it would predate even this proposed catastrophe by tens of thousands of years. This suggests either multiple cycles of advanced civilization and destruction, or that some human societies achieved remarkable sophistication much earlier than we ever imagined. The indigenous Zulu people of the region have their own traditions about the stone circles. According to oral histories passed down through generations, the ruins were built by the first people, a race of beings who possessed great knowledge and power. These beings supposedly created the stone circles for communication with the gods and for understanding the movements of the heavens. While such oral traditions are often dismissed by mainstream archaeology, they might preserve actual memories of events from the distant past. Some researchers have noticed similarities between Adam's calendar and other megalithic sites around the world. The astronomical alignments are reminiscent of Stonehenge, Newgrange, and other European stone circles. The precision stonework resembles that found in Peru and Bolivia. The acoustic properties are similar to those documented at ancient temples in Malta and Turkey. This raises the intriguing possibility that there was once a global civilization with shared knowledge and building techniques. The question of how such knowledge could have spread across the globe so long ago remains unanswered. Conventional archaeology maintains that long-distance ocean travel wasn't possible until much more recent times. Yet evidence keeps emerging that suggests ancient peoples were far more mobile than previously thought. Cocaine and tobacco have been found in Egyptian mummies, despite these plants being native only to the Americas. Similar pottery styles appear in widely separated parts of the world. And now we have Adam's calendar, possibly sharing design principles with megalithic sites on other continents. The mystery deepens when you consider the mathematical sophistication embedded in the site. The proportions and measurements of Adam's calendar seem to encode advanced mathematical constants. Some researchers claim to have found the golden ratio, pi, and other mathematical principles in the layout of the stones. If true, This would suggest the builders possessed mathematical knowledge that wasn't supposed to exist for tens of thousands of years. Even the mainstream archaeological community is beginning to acknowledge that human civilization might be far older than previously thought. Recent discoveries at sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey have already pushed back the timeline of monumental architecture by several thousand years. Advanced cave paintings in Spain and France are being dated to much earlier periods than expected. And genetic studies of human migration patterns are revealing a much more complex picture of early human movements and capabilities. The debate over Adam's calendar continues to rage in academic circles. Skeptics point to the lack of artifacts like pottery or tools that would definitively prove the site's age. They argue that astronomical alignments can be coincidental, and that the apparent sophistication of the site might be the result of natural geological processes rather than human construction. Some even suggest that the site could be a modern hoax, created by contemporary people to attract tourists or support alternative historical theories. But supporters of the ancient dating point to the consistency of evidence across multiple lines of investigation. The astronomical alignments, the geological evidence, the weathering patterns, the connection to regional oral traditions, and the sophisticated mathematical relationships all seem to point to genuinely ancient origins. They argue that mainstream archaeology's reluctance to accept such early dates stems from institutional bias rather than objective scientific evaluation. The implications of Adam's calendar being 75,000 years old extend far beyond archaeology. If humans possessed advanced knowledge and organizational capabilities so long ago, what happened to this civilization? Why did human progress seem to reset, only to slowly rebuild over tens of thousands of years? The answers might lie in understanding cycles of rise and fall in human civilization, possibly connected to natural catastrophes or other factors we haven't yet identified. Whether Adam's calendar is 75,000 years old or merely a few thousand, it remains a remarkable achievement. The precision of its astronomical alignments, the sophistication of its construction, and its connection to a vast network of similar structures across southern Africa all point to capabilities that exceeded what we thought possible for ancient African civilizations. Perhaps it's time to reconsider not just the age of this mysterious site, but our entire understanding of human potential in the distant past. The story of Adam's calendar is far from over. New research techniques, improved dating methods, and expanded excavations may eventually provide definitive answers about its true age and purpose. Until then, this enigmatic stone circle continues to challenge our assumptions about the past, reminding us that human history may be far stranger and more magnificent than we ever imagined. Standing on the Giza Plateau, the Great Pyramid of Khufu has captivated humanity for over 4,000 years. Traditional Egyptology tells us it was built as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu around 2560 BCE, a monument to royal power and a gateway to the afterlife. But what if everything we've been told about the Great Pyramid is wrong? What if this massive structure wasn't designed as a tomb at all, but as something far more extraordinary, a sophisticated machine capable of generating and focusing energy in ways we're only beginning to understand? The first clue that the Great Pyramid might be more than a simple tomb lies in its incredible precision. This isn't just impressive masonry, it's engineering that rivals modern capabilities. The base of the pyramid is level to within just 2.1 centimeters across its entire 230-meter width. The orientation is aligned to true north with an accuracy that wasn't matched by modern buildings until the 20th century. Each of the pyramid's 4 sides measures exactly 230.34 meters, creating a perfect square base with corner angles precise to within 3 arc minutes. But precision alone doesn't make an energy generator. The real mystery lies in the pyramid's internal structure and the materials used in its construction. Unlike other Egyptian pyramids, which are solid masses of stone with simple internal chambers. The Great Pyramid contains a complex network of passages, chambers, and shafts that seem designed for purposes far beyond housing a pharaoh's remains. The most intriguing aspect of the pyramid's construction is its use of different types of stone in specific locations. The outer casing, now mostly gone, was made of highly polished white limestone that would have made the entire structure gleam like a mirror. Beneath this, the main body consists of local limestone blocks, each weighing several tons. But deep inside, in the so-called King's Chamber, the walls are constructed from massive blocks of red granite, some weighing as much as 80 tons each. Granite is significant because it contains high levels of quartz crystal, a material we know can generate electrical energy through piezoelectric effects when subjected to pressure or vibration. The massive weight of the pyramid pressing down on these granite blocks could potentially create electrical charges, especially if the structure was designed to amplify natural vibrations from earthquakes or other sources. The internal layout of the Great Pyramid is unlike any other structure from the ancient world. The main passages slope downward and upward at precise angles, creating what some researchers believe could be acoustic resonance chambers. The Grand Gallery, a magnificent corridor that rises through the heart of the pyramid, has acoustic properties that amplify and focus sound waves in remarkable ways. When you speak or make noise in the Grand Gallery, the sound reverberates in complex patterns that seem almost musical. Modern acoustic analysis has revealed that the pyramid's chambers resonate at specific frequencies, particularly around the range of human vocal cords and certain electromagnetic frequencies. Some researchers have discovered that the entire structure seems tuned to resonate at a frequency of 6.5 Hz, which happens to be the same as the Schumann resonance, the natural electromagnetic frequency of Earth itself. The King's Chamber, supposedly the pharaoh's final resting place, contains features that make little sense for a burial chamber but perfect sense for some kind of energy device. The chamber is constructed entirely from red granite, creating what is essentially a stone box within the larger pyramid structure. The walls show evidence of being precisely cut and fitted using techniques that remain mysterious even today. Within the King's Chamber sits a large granite sarcophagus, but here's where the tomb theory starts to break down. The sarcophagus was clearly never intended to hold a body. It's missing its lid, shows no signs of ever having been sealed, and contains no hieroglyphics or decorations typical of Egyptian burial practices. Instead, it appears to be positioned at the exact acoustic center of the chamber, the point where sound waves would naturally focus and amplify. Even more intriguing, the sarcophagus rings like a bell when struck, producing a clear tone that resonates throughout the chamber. Its dimensions seem precisely calculated to create specific acoustic effects, and its position in the chamber places it at what acoustic engineers would recognize as an optimal location for sound amplification and resonance. The mysterious shafts that extend from both the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber add another layer to the energy generator theory. For decades, these were called air shafts, supposedly designed to provide ventilation for the pharaoh's spirit. But detailed exploration has revealed that these shafts have features inconsistent with simple air circulation. The shafts are precisely angled and constructed with smooth walls that would minimize energy loss during transmission. They don't simply lead to the outside of the pyramid, but terminate at specific points that seem carefully calculated. Some researchers believe these shafts might have been designed to channel electromagnetic energy or acoustic vibrations, possibly focusing them at distant points or releasing them into the atmosphere. Recent explorations using robot cameras have revealed that the shafts contain mysterious metal fixtures and blocking stones with copper handles, features that make little sense for ventilation, but could be components of some unknown technological system. The copper elements are particularly intriguing, as copper is an excellent conductor of both heat and electrical energy. The Great Pyramid's potential as an energy generator becomes even more fascinating when you consider its location. The pyramid sits not just on the Giza Plateau, but at a very specific point that places it at the geometric center of Earth's land masses. This positioning might not be coincidental if the structure was designed to tap into or transmit energy on a global scale. Geological surveys have revealed that the Giza Plateau sits above vast underground water systems and limestone caves filled with flowing water. Moving water, especially through limestone containing quartz crystals, can generate electrical charges through a process called the photoelectric effect. If the pyramid's builders understood these principles, they might have designed the structure to harness this natural electrical generation. The pyramid's relationship with water becomes even more significant when you consider evidence that the Giza Plateau once experienced very different environmental conditions. Geological analysis suggests that the area had much higher water levels in the distant past, possibly due to different climate patterns or even the legendary flood mentioned in so many ancient texts. Some researchers have proposed that the pyramid's internal passages might have once channeled water in specific patterns, designed to enhance electrical generation. The descending passage, which slopes down from the main entrance, ends in a chamber that shows signs of having contained water. The complex system of passages could have been designed to create specific water flow patterns that would maximize electrical output from the piezoelectric effects in the granite components. The missing capstone of the Great Pyramid presents another piece of the energy generator puzzle. Historical accounts describe a golden pyramidion that once crowned the structure, but this has never been found. Some researchers theorize that this capstone wasn't just decorative, but served as a crucial component in the pyramid's energy system, possibly acting as a conductor or amplifier for electrical charges generated within the structure. Gold is not only an excellent electrical conductor, but also highly resistant to corrosion and chemical reactions. A golden capstone would maintain its conductive properties indefinitely and could serve as an antenna for receiving or transmitting electromagnetic energy. The pyramid's height of 146 meters would place such an antenna at an ideal elevation for long-distance energy transmission. The ancient Egyptian understanding of electrical phenomena might have been far more advanced than conventional history suggests. Egyptian artwork contains numerous depictions that some researchers interpret as electrical devices, including what appear to be light bulbs, electrical cables, and power generation equipment in temples at Dendera and other sites. The famous Ark of the Covenant, described in biblical texts as having electrical properties that could kill those who touched it incorrectly, was constructed using specifications that closely match those of a high-voltage capacitor. If the ancient Egyptians possessed similar electrical knowledge, the Great Pyramid could represent the ultimate expression of this technology, a massive power generator capable of producing electricity on an unprecedented scale. Modern experiments have lent some support to the energy generator theory. Engineers have built scale models of the Great Pyramid and detected measurable electrical charges within their reproductions when subjected to various environmental conditions. Some researchers have even claimed to generate small amounts of electricity using pyramid-shaped structures, though these results remain controversial and difficult to replicate consistently. The work of physicist Dr. Konstantin Mail has suggested that the Great Pyramid's dimensions and internal structure could theoretically support the generation and transmission of what he calls scalar waves, a hypothetical form of electromagnetic energy that can travel faster than light and pass through solid matter without energy loss. While mainstream physics remains skeptical of scalar wave theory, it provides a possible explanation for how the pyramid could function as a long-distance energy transmission device. Another intriguing aspect of the energy generator theory involves the pyramid's relationship to the Earth's natural electromagnetic field. The planet generates a complex pattern of electromagnetic energy due to the movement of molten iron in its core, creating what scientists call the magnetosphere. Some researchers believe the Great Pyramid was positioned and designed to tap into this planetary energy system, perhaps functioning as a massive electromagnetic antenna. The precision of the pyramid's construction becomes even more significant when viewed through the lens of electromagnetic theory. The structure's dimensions seem to encode important mathematical constants, including pi, the golden ratio, and relationships that appear in electromagnetic wave equations. This mathematical sophistication suggests the builders possessed knowledge of principles that weren't formally discovered by modern science until the 19th and 20th centuries. Critics of the energy generator theory point out that no electrical devices or conductors have ever been found within the Great Pyramid that would support such sophisticated electrical generation. However, supporters counter that such devices might have been removed in ancient times, either by tomb robbers seeking valuable metals or by later civilizations that didn't understand their purpose. The absence of mummy remains or traditional burial artifacts in the Great Pyramid also supports alternative theories about its purpose. Unlike every other pyramid in Egypt, the Great Pyramid shows no clear evidence of ever having been used as a tomb. The passages and chambers are clean of the organic residues and decorative elements that characterize genuine burial sites. Perhaps most compelling is the precision required to construct such a sophisticated energy device, using only the tools and techniques available 4,500 years ago. The level of mathematical knowledge, engineering precision, and logistical coordination required would represent capabilities far beyond what conventional archaeology attributes to Bronze Age civilizations. The quarrying, transportation, and placement of the pyramid's 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, remains one of history's greatest engineering mysteries. Some of the granite blocks in the king's chamber weigh as much as 80 tons and were somehow lifted nearly 90 meters above ground level and positioned with millimeter precision. Recent discoveries using cosmic ray imaging technology have revealed previously unknown voids within the Great Pyramid, suggesting that our understanding of its internal structure remains incomplete. These hidden chambers could contain clues about the structure's true purpose or even house components of the theoretical energy generation system that have never been accessed by modern researchers. The Great Pyramid's alignment with astronomical phenomena adds another dimension to the energy generator theory. The structure's passages align with specific stars and constellations in ways that suggest the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. If the pyramid was designed to harness electromagnetic energy from space, these alignments might serve as targeting systems for collecting energy from specific cosmic sources. Some researchers have noted similarities between the Great Pyramid's internal structure and modern electrical devices like Tesla coils and Van de Graaff generators. The combination of conducting materials, precise geometric relationships, and resonant chambers bears remarkable resemblance to technologies designed specifically for electrical generation and manipulation. The mystery of the Great Pyramid's true purpose continues to evolve as new research techniques reveal previously unknown aspects of its construction and design. Ground-penetrating radar, cosmic ray imaging, and advanced acoustic analysis are providing unprecedented insights into the structure's internal complexity and sophisticated engineering. Whether the Great Pyramid functioned as an energy generator, a sophisticated astronomical instrument, or something else entirely, it clearly represents capabilities that challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. The precision of its construction, the complexity of its internal design, and the mathematical sophistication embedded in its dimensions all point to knowledge and abilities that seem far too advanced for the Bronze Age period in which it was supposedly built. The energy generator theory raises profound questions about the nature of ancient knowledge and the possibility that human civilization has experienced cycles of advancement and decline over much longer time periods than conventional history acknowledges. If the builders of the Great Pyramid possessed electrical and electromagnetic knowledge, what other technological capabilities might they have developed? And if such advanced civilizations existed in the past, what caused their knowledge to be lost, leaving only mysterious monuments as evidence of their former glory? The Great Pyramid stands as perhaps humanity's greatest architectural achievement, a monument that continues to reveal new secrets after more than 4 millennia. Whether it served as tomb, temple, or energy generator, it represents a level of human accomplishment that demands explanation, challenging us to reconsider everything we think we know about the capabilities of our ancient ancestors. High in the Bolivian Andes, at an altitude of over 12,000 feet above sea level, lies one of the most perplexing archaeological sites on Earth. Pumapunku, which translates to Door of the Puma in the local Aymara language, sits near the shores of Lake Titicaca, surrounded by the thin air and harsh conditions of the Altiplano. This ancient complex is part of the larger Tiwanaku archaeological site, but Pumapunku stands apart from everything else in the region. What makes it so unique isn't just its age, though it's believed to be over 1,000 years old, or its remote location. What sets Pumapunku apart is the precision of its stonework, cuts so exact and surfaces so smooth that they appear to have been made with modern machinery. The stones of Pumapunku aren't just precisely cut, they're impossibly precise. We're talking about granite and diorite blocks, some of the hardest materials on Earth, carved with angles that are perfect to within fractions of a degree. The surfaces are so smooth they reflect light like mirrors, and the joints between blocks are so tight that you couldn't slide a piece of paper between them. These aren't rough-hewn stones stacked on top of each other. These are engineered blocks, cut with tolerances that would challenge modern stone-cutting equipment. But here's where it gets even stranger. The people who built Pumapunku, according to mainstream archaeology, didn't have metal tools, they didn't have wheels, they didn't have written language. They were working at an altitude where the air is so thin that modern construction crews struggle to operate heavy machinery. Yet somehow, they created stonework that looks like it came from a high-tech fabrication facility. How is that possible? Let's start with the materials themselves. The primary stones at Pumapunku are made from 2 types of rock, red sandstone and andesite. The red sandstone, while still impressive in its precision, is the softer of the 2 materials, but it's the andesite that really raises questions. Andesite is an extremely hard volcanic rock, rating about 6 on the Mohs hardness scale. To put that in perspective, it's harder than steel. Cutting andesite with copper tools, which is what archaeologists believe the Tiwanaku people had access to, would be like trying to carve granite with a butter knife. The precision of these cuts defies explanation. We're not just talking about straight lines and flat surfaces. Some of the blocks have complex geometric shapes with multiple angles, interlocking joints, and perfectly circular holes drilled through solid rock. There are 8-shaped blocks that interlock with other stones in 3 dimensions, creating connections that are both aesthetically pleasing and structurally sound. Some blocks have steps carved into them, with such precision that each step is exactly the same height and depth. One of the most mysterious aspects of Pumapunku is the presence of what appear to be drill holes. These aren't rough, hand-carved openings. They're perfectly circular holes that go straight through solid andesite blocks. Some of these holes are only a few inches in diameter, but penetrate several feet into the stone. The walls of these holes are smooth and uniform, showing no tool marks or irregularities that you'd expect from primitive drilling techniques. Modern engineers who have examined these holes have noted that they appear to have been made with high-speed rotary tools, the kind that didn't exist until the industrial age. Even more puzzling are the surfaces of the stones themselves. When you run your hand across them, they feel almost polished, like glass. There are no chisel marks, no rough patches, no irregularities at all. The surfaces are so flat and smooth that they meet modern architectural standards for precision stone cutting. Some researchers have used laser measurement tools to analyze these surfaces and found that the deviation from perfect flatness is less than a few thousandths of an inch across spans of several feet. The blocks at Pumapunku also show evidence of what appears to be machine-like cutting patterns. Some stones have perfectly straight edges that extend for many feet without any deviation. Others have complex curved surfaces that maintain their exact curvature throughout. There are blocks with multiple parallel cuts, all spaced at exactly the same intervals, as if they were made by some kind of automated cutting system. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Pumapunku is the evidence of what some researchers describe as modular construction. Many of the stone blocks appear to have been designed as standardized components that could be fitted together in different configurations. It's as if the builders were working from precise blueprints, creating interchangeable parts that could be assembled into larger structures. This level of planning and standardization is something we associate with modern manufacturing, not ancient construction. The tools required to create such precision are another mystery. Copper tools, which archaeologists believe were the most advanced technology available to the Tiwanaku people, simply aren't hard enough to cut andesite with this level of precision. Copper rates only about 3 on the Mohs hardness scale, meaning it's softer than the stone it would supposedly be cutting. Even with abrasives, it would be nearly impossible to achieve the mirror-like surfaces and perfect angles found at Pumapunku using copper tools. Some researchers have proposed that the builders might have used harder materials, perhaps meteoritic iron or even diamonds as cutting implements. But there's no evidence of such materials in the archaeological record of the region. Others have suggested that they might have used some kind of chemical process to soften the stone before cutting. But again, there's no evidence of the chemical knowledge or materials that would be required for such techniques. The logistics of construction at Pumapunku present another set of seemingly impossible challenges. Some of the stone blocks weigh over 130 tons. That's heavier than most modern cranes can lift. How were these massive blocks quarried, transported, and precisely positioned at an altitude where the thin air makes even simple tasks exhausting? The nearest source of andesite is miles away across rough terrain. Moving blocks of this size would require sophisticated transportation methods and heavy machinery that supposedly didn't exist in the ancient world. The site itself shows evidence of incredibly precise planning and engineering. The blocks aren't just randomly placed, they're positioned with mathematical precision. The structures are aligned with cardinal directions and astronomical features. Some researchers have found that certain elements of Pumapunku are aligned with the sunrise on the winter solstice, suggesting that the builders had advanced knowledge of astronomy and engineering. What makes this even more mysterious is that Pumapunku appears to have been built and then deliberately dismantled. The site today looks like a giant jigsaw puzzle that's been scattered across several acres. Massive blocks lie strewn about, some of them clearly broken or damaged. It's as if the entire complex was taken apart, either by natural disaster or human intervention. But why would anyone destroy such an impressive structure? And how would they have the capability to move such massive stones in the first place? Some of the damage appears to be from a massive explosive force. Blocks that weigh dozens of tons have been thrown hundreds of feet from their original positions. Some stones show evidence of melting or vitrification, as if they were exposed to extreme heat. What kind of force could cause such destruction? A volcanic eruption might explain the heat damage, but there are no volcanoes in the immediate area. An earthquake might move large stones, but not with the violence suggested by the debris field at Pumapunku. The traditional archaeological explanation for Pumapunku is that it was built by the Tiwanaku civilization between 300 and 1000 CE. The Tiwanaku were certainly an advanced culture for their time, with sophisticated agricultural techniques and impressive architectural achievements. But even their most impressive constructions pale in comparison to the precision of Pumapunku. It's like finding a smartphone in a medieval castle. It just doesn't fit with what we know about the technological capabilities of the time. Some researchers have proposed that Puma Punku might be much older than traditionally believed. They point to geological evidence suggesting that the site might have been built when Lake Titicaca was at a different level, possibly thousands of years ago. If true, this would push the construction date back to a time when the technological capabilities required for such precision would be even more mysterious. The precision of the stonework at Puma Punku has led some researchers to propose alternative theories about how it was constructed. One theory suggests that the builders had access to advanced tools and techniques that have been lost to history. Perhaps they had developed sophisticated cutting and grinding methods that we haven't discovered in the archaeological record. Maybe they used sound waves or vibrations to cut stone, a technique that some alternative researchers claim was known to ancient civilizations. Another theory proposes that the builders of Puma Punku had help from an outside source. Some researchers suggest that the precision and scale of the construction indicates the involvement of a more advanced civilization, either from elsewhere on Earth or possibly from beyond our planet. While this theory lacks concrete evidence, supporters point to the impossibility of achieving such precision with the technology supposedly available at the time. The acoustic properties of Puma Punku have also attracted attention. Some researchers have noted that the site has unusual sound characteristics, with certain areas creating echoes or resonances that seem to have been deliberately engineered. Could the builders have incorporated acoustic engineering into their design? And if so, what was the purpose? Some speculate that the site might have been designed as a kind of acoustic temple, where sound played a role in whatever ceremonies or activities took place there. The mystery of Puma Punku extends beyond just the construction techniques. The purpose of the site remains unclear. Unlike other ancient temples or ceremonial sites, Puma Punku doesn't have obvious religious symbols or decorations. The stonework is austere, almost industrial in its appearance. Some researchers have suggested that it might have been some kind of manufacturing facility or workshop, but for what purpose? Recent archaeological work at Puma Punku has revealed even more puzzling features. Ground-penetrating radar has detected what appear to be underground chambers and tunnels beneath the site. Some of these underground features seem to be precisely engineered, with straight walls and right angles that mirror the precision of the surface stonework. What lies beneath Puma Punku, and why was it built with such elaborate underground components? The preservation of the site also raises questions. Despite being over 1,000 years old, many of the stone surfaces at Puma Punku show remarkably little weathering. The high altitude and harsh climate of the Altiplano should have caused significant erosion over the centuries, but many of the blocks look almost new. Some researchers have suggested that the stone might have been treated with some kind of preservation technique, but no evidence of such treatment has been found. As we continue to study Puma Punku, new mysteries emerge faster than old ones are solved. Each new discovery seems to make the site more enigmatic rather than less. Recent analysis using advanced measurement techniques has revealed that the precision of the stonework is even greater than previously believed. Some cuts are accurate to within thousandths of an inch, tolerances that would be challenging to achieve even with modern computer-controlled machinery. The implications of Puma Punku are staggering. If ancient people could achieve this level of precision in stonework, what else might they have been capable of? And if they didn't achieve it themselves, then who did? The site stands as a challenge to our understanding of ancient technology and capabilities. It suggests that there's still much we don't know about the past, and that history might be far more complex and mysterious than we imagine. Whether Puma Punku was built by master craftsmen with lost techniques, an advanced civilization that history has forgotten, or something even more extraordinary, one thing is certain. It represents a level of achievement that we're still struggling to understand. The laser-precise cuts in solid granite continue to baffle engineers and archaeologists alike, standing as silent testimony to capabilities that seem impossible for their time. And until we can definitively explain how these stones were cut with such impossible precision, Pumapunku will remain one of archaeology's greatest unsolved mysteries. In the remote waters of the Pacific Ocean, off the eastern shore of Pohnpei in the Federated States of Micronesia, lies one of the most extraordinary archaeological sites on Earth. Nan Madol, often called the Venice of the Pacific, is an ancient stone city built entirely on a coral reef. This isn't just a few structures scattered across some islands. We're talking about nearly 100 artificial islets connected by a network of canals, covering over 200 acres of reef and shallow lagoon. The scale is breathtaking, but what makes Nan Madol truly mysterious isn't just its size, it's how it was built, when it was built, and most puzzling of all, why it was abandoned. From the air, Nan Madol looks almost alien against the tropical blue of the Pacific. Massive stone walls rise directly from the coral reef, creating rectangular enclosures that once housed temples, royal residences, and ceremonial complexes. The walls themselves are constructed from enormous basalt logs, stacked like giant Lincoln logs to create structures that have withstood centuries of Pacific storms and tsunamis. But here's what doesn't make sense. The basalt used to build Nan Madol doesn't come from Pohnpei. The nearest source is on the opposite side of the island, miles away through dense jungle and over mountainous terrain. The builders of Nan Madol somehow quarried, transported, and precisely placed an estimated 750,000 tons of basalt. To put that in perspective, that's more stone than was used to build the Great Pyramid of Giza. But unlike the pyramid, which was built on solid ground with access to the Nile River for transportation, Nan Madol was constructed in the middle of a coral reef, with no obvious means of getting massive stone blocks to the construction site. How do you transport 750,000 tons of stone across an island, and then position it with precision on a coral reef, using only primitive boats and manpower? The mystery deepens when you consider the construction technique. The basalt logs aren't held together with mortar or any binding agent. Instead, they're carefully stacked and fitted together using a technique called cribbing, where logs are laid in alternating directions to create incredibly stable walls. Some of these walls rise 25 feet above the water and extend deep into the coral reef below. The precision of the construction is remarkable. The logs fit together so perfectly that the walls have remained stable for over 800 years, despite being constantly battered by ocean waves and storms. But perhaps the most puzzling aspect of Nan Madol is its relationship with the coral reef itself. The ancient builders didn't just construct their city on top of an existing reef. They seem to have engineered the reef to support their construction. In many places, the artificial islands of Nan Madol are built directly into living coral formations. The coral appears to have been carefully shaped and modified to provide stable foundations for the massive stone structures above. This suggests a level of understanding about coral biology and reef dynamics that seems advanced for any ancient civilization. The logistics of construction become even more mind-boggling when you consider the tidal conditions around Pohnpei. The area experiences dramatic tidal shifts, with water levels changing by several feet throughout the day. Building on a coral reef means that your construction site is underwater for part of every day. How do you maintain precision and structural integrity when your workplace is alternately submerged and exposed? Modern marine construction requires sophisticated equipment and techniques to deal with tidal conditions. Yet somehow the builders of Nan Madol managed to create perfectly aligned structures using supposedly primitive methods. The engineering challenges don't stop there. Coral reefs are living ecosystems, and building on them typically kills the coral and destabilizes the entire structure. But at Nan Madol, much of the original coral remained alive and continued growing around and through the stone foundations. This suggests that the builders understood how to work with coral without destroying it, a sophisticated form of ecological engineering that we're only beginning to understand today. How did ancient people develop such advanced knowledge of marine biology and reef ecology? Local legends about the construction of Nan Madol are as mysterious as the archaeological evidence. The people of Pohnpei tell stories of two brothers, Alasipa and Alasopa, who came from a distant land and built the city using magic. According to these legends, the brothers could make the massive basalt logs fly through the air and position themselves automatically. While these stories are obviously mythological, they might preserve some memory of construction techniques that seemed so advanced to observers that they appeared magical. The legends also speak of the basalt logs floating across the water to their final positions. Could this be a distorted memory of some unknown transportation method? Some researchers have speculated that the builders might have used flotation techniques, perhaps hollowing out the basalt logs to make them buoyant, or using some form of raft system that we haven't discovered in the archaeological record. But basalt is one of the densest rocks on Earth. Making it float would require engineering solutions that seem far beyond the capabilities of any ancient civilization. The purpose of Nan Madol is almost as mysterious as its construction. The site appears to have been both a ceremonial center and a royal residence for the Saudeleur dynasty, which ruled Pohnpei from around 1100 to 1600 CE. Different artificial islands served different functions. Some were residential areas for the nobility, others were temples and ceremonial spaces, and still others appear to have been workshops or storage facilities. The layout of the city suggests careful planning and sophisticated understanding of urban design principles. One of the most intriguing aspects of Nan Madol is its apparent connection to astronomical observations. Many of the structures are aligned with celestial events, including solstices and the movements of certain stars. Some researchers believe that the entire complex might have functioned as a giant astronomical computer, allowing the rulers to track celestial cycles and predict important events. The positioning of the artificial islands and the orientation of the main structures all seem to follow astronomical patterns that would have been visible from the site. The main ceremonial center of Nan Madol is located on an artificial island called Nan Dawas, which houses the most impressive structure in the entire complex. This is a massive stone enclosure with walls that rise nearly 25 feet above the water. Inside this enclosure is what appears to be a tomb or ceremonial chamber, built with the same precision as the outer walls. The acoustics inside this chamber are remarkable. Sounds are amplified and distorted in ways that create an almost supernatural atmosphere. Was this intentional acoustic engineering, designed to enhance the spiritual experience of ceremonies performed there? The water management system at Nan Madol is another engineering marvel that raises questions about the builder's capabilities. The complex includes an intricate network of canals that channel tidal flows in precise patterns. These canals don't just connect the artificial islands, they actually control water circulation throughout the entire complex. During high tide, water flows through the canals in one direction, and during low tide, it flows in the other direction, creating a kind of ancient hydraulic system that keeps the water fresh and prevents stagnation. This water management system suggests that the builders understood fluid dynamics and tidal mechanics at a level that seems advanced for their time. They had to calculate tidal flows, understand pressure differentials, and engineer precise canal dimensions to make the system work. Modern hydraulic engineers who have studied the system have expressed amazement at its sophistication. How did ancient people develop such advanced knowledge of marine engineering? The mystery of Nan Madol extends beneath the water as well. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that the artificial islands extend much deeper into the coral reef than previously thought. Some of the basalt foundations go down 30 feet or more into the reef structure. This means that the builders not only had to transport massive stones across the island and position them on the reef, but they also had to excavate deep foundations underwater. Underwater excavation is challenging even with modern equipment. How was it accomplished with primitive tools? Even more intriguing, underwater surveys have discovered what appear to be additional structures submerged in the lagoon around Nan Madol. These underwater ruins are built with the same basalt log construction technique as the visible structures, but they're completely submerged and covered with coral growth. Were these structures built when sea levels were lower, or were they part of the original complex that later sank into the reef? The implications of either possibility would dramatically change our understanding of when and how Nan Madol was constructed. The abandonment of Nan Madol is as mysterious as its construction. Sometime around 1600 CE, the city was suddenly deserted. The Saudeleur dynasty collapsed, and the people of Pohnpei moved inland, leaving the magnificent stone city to the ocean. Local legends speak of a curse that fell upon the city, making it uninhabitable. But what really happened? Archaeological evidence suggests that the abandonment was rapid and complete. There are no signs of gradual decline or partial occupation. It's as if the entire population simply walked away from one of the most impressive cities ever built. Some researchers have suggested that the abandonment might have been related to environmental changes. Perhaps sea level rise or changes in coral reef dynamics made the city uninhabitable. Others point to social or political factors. Maybe the complex social system required to maintain such an elaborate city simply collapsed. But none of these explanations fully account for the completeness and suddenness of the abandonment. The preservation of Nan Madol is remarkable considering its age and location. Stone structures built on coral reefs are typically destroyed within decades by storm surge, coral boring, and wave action. Yet many of the walls at Nan Madol remain in excellent condition after 800 years of exposure to the Pacific Ocean. The basalt logs show remarkably little weathering, and the structural integrity of the walls remains sound. Some researchers have suggested that the builders might have used some unknown preservation technique, or that the local environmental conditions are unusually favorable for preservation. Modern attempts to understand the construction of Nan Madol have yielded more questions than answers. Archaeological experiments have tried to replicate the transportation and construction techniques using methods available to ancient builders. These experiments have been largely unsuccessful. Moving even small basalt logs across Pohnpei's rugged terrain is extremely difficult using primitive tools and techniques. Positioning them with precision on a coral reef is even more challenging. The experiments have highlighted just how remarkable the original construction achievement really was. Recent technological advances have allowed researchers to study Nan Madol in unprecedented detail. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed complex internal structures within the artificial islands, suggesting that the construction was even more sophisticated than visible from the surface. LiDAR scanning has provided precise measurements of the entire complex, revealing architectural patterns and alignments that weren't previously recognized. But each new discovery seems to make the mystery deeper rather than solving it. The coral itself at Nan Madol presents ongoing puzzles for marine biologists. The reef ecosystem around the ruins is unusually diverse and healthy, despite centuries of human construction and modification. Some species of coral and fish found at Nan Madol don't exist anywhere else in the region, suggesting that the artificial reef environment has created unique ecological conditions. How did ancient builders create an artificial reef ecosystem that has remained stable and productive for 8 centuries? As we continue to study Nan Madol, it becomes clear that this ancient city challenges many of our assumptions about prehistoric Pacific cultures. The level of engineering sophistication required to build such a complex suggests that ancient Pacific islanders had capabilities far beyond what most historians have recognized. The site demonstrates advanced knowledge of astronomy, hydraulic engineering, marine biology, and urban planning, all integrated into a single, coherent architectural achievement. Whether Nan Madol represents the pinnacle of an advanced but forgotten Pacific civilization, or evidence of knowledge and techniques that have been lost to history, it stands as one of the most remarkable archaeological sites on Earth. The city built on coral continues to baffle researchers and challenge our understanding of what was possible in the ancient world. Until we can fully explain how 750,000 tons of basalt were precisely positioned on a living coral reef using supposedly primitive methods, Nan Madol will remain one of archaeology's most extraordinary unsolved mysteries. The Venice of the Pacific keeps its secrets well, rising from the coral depths like a stone riddle that refuses to be solved. Deep beneath the Caribbean waters, off the western coast of Cuba, lies something that defies our understanding of ancient civilizations. In the year 2000, marine engineer Paulina Zelitsky and her team were conducting routine underwater surveys using advanced sonar equipment when they stumbled upon something extraordinary. What they found would challenge everything we thought we knew about when humans first built massive stone structures and where they chose to build them. The sonar readings showed clear geometric shapes on the ocean floor, structures that appeared too organized and too precise to be natural formations. These weren't random rock formations or coral reefs. They were angular, symmetrical, and massive. Some appeared to be pyramids, others looked like rectangular buildings, and there were what seemed to be roads or pathways connecting them all together. But here's what makes this discovery so unsettling. These structures lie 600 meters below the surface of the ocean. 600 meters. That's nearly 2,000 feet underwater. To put that in perspective, that's deeper than the length of 6 football fields stacked end to end, straight down into the dark waters of the Caribbean. For structures to be at that depth naturally, they would have had to be built when sea levels were dramatically lower than they are today. But when was the last time sea levels were that low? According to most geological timelines, you'd have to go back over 10,000 years, possibly much further. Zelitsky's team returned to the site multiple times, using increasingly sophisticated equipment to map and photograph what lay beneath. What they captured on camera was even more intriguing than the sonar readings had suggested. The images showed smooth, cut stone blocks arranged in clear patterns. There were what appeared to be pyramidal structures, some with flat tops, others with pointed peaks. The blocks seemed to fit together with precision, showing signs of deliberate construction rather than natural erosion or sediment buildup. But the most mysterious element wasn't the structures themselves. It was their sheer size and scope. The complex appeared to span several square kilometers, making it larger than many ancient cities we know from recorded history. If these truly are artificial structures, then whoever built them undertook a construction project that rivals anything the ancient Egyptians, Mayans, or Romans ever attempted. And they did it in a location that, if our understanding of sea level changes is correct, hasn't been above water for thousands upon thousands of years. The discovery didn't happen by accident. Zelitsky, working alongside her husband Paul Weinswig and their company Advanced Digital Communications, had been contracted by the Cuban government to search for shipwrecks and underwater treasures using state-of-the-art deep-sea exploration equipment. Their sonar technology was designed to penetrate the ocean floor and create detailed three-dimensional maps of underwater terrain. What they expected to find were the remains of Spanish galleons, or perhaps evidence of more recent maritime accidents. What they actually found challenged the very foundations of our understanding of human prehistory. The initial sonar sweeps revealed anomalies that simply didn't fit the expected underwater landscape. Instead of the gradually sloping sea floor typical of continental shelves, their equipment detected sharp angles, straight lines, and geometric patterns that stretched across the ocean bottom. The sonar imagery showed what appeared to be a complex of interconnected structures, with clear evidence of deliberate planning and sophisticated engineering. When the team analyzed their sonar data more carefully, the implications became even more staggering. The structures weren't scattered randomly across the sea floor. They appeared to be organized in a coherent urban plan, with larger buildings surrounded by smaller ones, connected by what looked like roads or causeways. There were circular formations that resembled plazas or ceremonial areas, and linear structures that might have been defensive walls or administrative complexes. The precision of the construction was immediately apparent even from the sonar readings. The angles were too perfect, the alignments too precise, and the overall layout too organized to be the result of natural geological processes. Whatever these structures were, they had clearly been built by intelligent beings with sophisticated knowledge of architecture and urban planning. Follow-up expeditions using remotely operated vehicles equipped with high-resolution cameras provided even more compelling evidence. The video footage showed massive stone blocks, some weighing what appeared to be several tons, fitted together with remarkable precision. The surfaces of these blocks were smooth and showed clear evidence of having been cut and shaped by advanced tools. In some areas, the camera captured what looked like decorative carvings or inscriptions, though the images weren't clear enough to determine whether these were genuine artificial markings or simply the play of light and shadow on ancient stone. One of the most striking features captured on video was a series of what appeared to be stepped pyramids. These weren't the smooth-sided pyramids of Egypt, but rather structures with distinct terrace levels, more similar to the ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia or the step pyramids of Central America. The largest of these pyramidal structures appeared to be roughly 50 meters tall, making it comparable in size to some of the most impressive ancient monuments found anywhere in the world. But perhaps even more intriguing than the pyramids were the smaller, more complex structures that surrounded them. The cameras captured images of what looked like multi-story buildings with clearly defined rooms and corridors. Some structures appeared to have courtyards or open areas in their centers, suggesting they might have been designed for communal activities or gatherings. Others seemed more utilitarian, with features that might have been workshops, storage areas, or administrative facilities. The level of preservation was remarkable for structures that had supposedly been underwater for thousands of years. While some erosion and sediment buildup was visible, the overall integrity of the buildings remained largely intact. The stone blocks hadn't shifted or collapsed the way you might expect from structures exposed to ocean currents and seismic activity over millennia. This suggested either that the construction techniques used were extraordinarily sophisticated, or that the structures hadn't been underwater as long as the depth might suggest. The discovery attracted immediate international attention, but it also sparked intense controversy within the archaeological and geological communities. The problem wasn't just the age that the structures seemed to represent, but their very existence at such depths. For these buildings to have been constructed on dry land and then submerged to their current depth, sea levels would have had to rise by over 600 meters since their construction. While sea levels did rise significantly at the end of the last ice age, the maximum rise was only about 120 meters, nowhere near enough to account for the depth of the Cuban structures. This discrepancy led to several competing theories about how the structures came to be at their current location. The most conventional explanation suggested that the area had experienced significant geological subsidence, with the land sinking due to tectonic activity or the collapse of underground formations. The Caribbean region is geologically active, with numerous fault lines and a history of seismic events. It's possible that a catastrophic geological event could have caused the land to drop by several hundred meters, carrying the structures down with it. However, geological surveys of the area haven't provided clear evidence for such dramatic subsidence. The surrounding sea floor doesn't show the kind of disruption and debris fields that would be expected from a major geological collapse. Instead, the structures appear to sit on relatively stable bedrock, suggesting that they've been at their current depth for a very long time. Another theory proposed that the structures weren't built on what is now the sea floor, but were actually constructed during a period of much lower sea level that occurred far earlier than previously thought possible. Some researchers have suggested that global sea levels might have been dramatically lower during certain periods of the last ice age, possibly due to the formation of massive ice dams that trapped enormous volumes of water. If such conditions existed, it might explain how large-scale construction could have taken place in areas that are now deep underwater. This theory is supported by emerging evidence from other parts of the world. Underwater archaeological sites have been discovered in locations as diverse as the Mediterranean Sea, the Persian Gulf, and the waters off the coast of India. Many of these sites show evidence of human habitation or construction at depth that would require much lower historical sea levels than current models predict. The Cuban structures might be part of a global pattern of underwater archaeological sites that point to a previously unknown chapter of human prehistory. But there's an even more controversial possibility that some researchers have begun to explore. What if these structures were intentionally built underwater? While this might sound impossible, there are historical precedents for sophisticated underwater construction. The ancient Romans built elaborate harbor facilities that required advanced underwater engineering techniques. The Phoenicians constructed underwater foundations for their ports and breakwaters. Some ancient civilizations clearly possess the technology and knowledge necessary for underwater construction projects. If the Cuban structures were built underwater, it would require a complete reevaluation of what we think ancient peoples were capable of. The engineering challenges involved in constructing large stone buildings in a marine environment are enormous. It would require not only advanced diving and underwater work capabilities, but also sophisticated techniques for quarrying, transporting, and precisely positioning massive stone blocks while submerged. The builders would need to solve problems of underwater concrete and mortar, waterproof sealants, and construction methods that could function in an aquatic environment. Yet the more researchers study the Cuban structures, the more they seem to exhibit exactly these kinds of advanced underwater engineering features. The joints between stone blocks appear to be sealed with a substance that has remained watertight for thousands of years. The foundations of the buildings seem to be specifically designed to resist the kind of erosion and structural stress that would result from constant exposure to ocean currents. Some of the architectural features, such as the step design of the pyramids, might actually be more functional for underwater construction than for above-ground building. The implications of intentional underwater construction would be staggering. It would suggest that an ancient civilization possessed not only advanced engineering capabilities, but also the organizational skills and resources necessary to undertake massive underwater construction projects. Such capabilities would require a level of technological sophistication that rivals or exceeds many modern underwater construction techniques. Evidence supporting the underwater construction theory continues to accumulate as more detailed studies of the site are conducted. Analysis of the building materials has revealed that the stone blocks were cut and shaped using techniques that don't match known ancient tool technologies. The precision of the cuts and the smoothness of the surfaces suggest the use of advanced cutting tools, possibly diamond-tipped or laser-based technologies that weren't supposed to exist thousands of years ago. Chemical analysis of the mortar and sealant materials has revealed compounds that don't match any known ancient construction materials. The substances appear to be specifically formulated for underwater use, with properties that allow them to cure and harden in a marine environment while maintaining waterproof integrity over extremely long periods. Some of the chemical signature suggest the use of synthetic materials or advanced metallurgical processes that would require sophisticated knowledge of chemistry and material science. Perhaps most intriguingly, some of the structures show evidence of having been designed with an understanding of underwater physics and engineering that exceeds what we might expect from ancient builders. The shapes and proportions of certain buildings seem optimized to minimize water resistance and structural stress from ocean currents. The placement and orientation of the structures appear to take advantage of natural underwater topography in ways that would require detailed knowledge of marine engineering principles. The acoustic properties of the underwater structures have also attracted attention from researchers. Sound behaves very differently underwater than in air, and some of the buildings seem to have been designed with this in mind. Certain chambers and corridors appear to be shaped to focus or amplify underwater sound waves, possibly for communication purposes or for some other acoustic application that we don't yet understand. These acoustic features have led some researchers to propose that the Cuban structures might have been part of a sophisticated underwater communication network. Sound travels much more efficiently through water than through air, and ancient peoples with advanced knowledge of acoustics might have been able to create underwater communication systems that could function over long distances. Such a system would be invaluable for coordinating activities across a widespread maritime civilization. The discovery has also raised intriguing questions about the relationship between the Cuban structures and other mysterious archaeological sites in the Caribbean and beyond. The architectural style and construction techniques visible in the underwater ruins show striking similarities to megalithic sites found around the world. The precision stone cutting, the massive block construction, and the sophisticated engineering all echo features found at sites like Sacsayhuaman in Peru, the megalithic temples of Malta, and various ancient sites in Turkey and Lebanon. Could these similarities represent evidence of a global prehistoric civilization that built sophisticated stone structures around the world before some unknown catastrophe caused them to be abandoned or destroyed? The timing would fit with the end of the last ice age, when dramatic climate changes, rising sea levels, and possible impact events might have devastated advanced prehistoric societies. The Cuban government has maintained strict control over access to the underwater site, limiting research to approved scientific expeditions and preventing commercial exploitation or treasure hunting. This has both protected the site from damage and limited the amount of detailed study that has been possible. However, the research that has been conducted continues to yield new insights into the nature and significance of the underwater structures. Recent technological advances have allowed researchers to create increasingly detailed maps and three-dimensional models of the site. High-resolution sonar and photogrammetry have revealed architectural details and construction features that weren't visible in earlier surveys. These newer studies have confirmed the artificial nature of the structures and have provided additional evidence for the sophisticated engineering techniques used in their construction. As research continues, the Cuban underwater ruins remain one of the most significant and controversial archaeological discoveries of modern times. Whether they represent the remains of a lost prehistoric civilization, evidence of advanced ancient underwater construction techniques, or something else entirely, they force us to reconsider fundamental assumptions about human history and the development of civilization. The structures challenge our understanding of when humans first developed advanced construction capabilities, how prehistoric peoples might have dealt with dramatic environmental changes, and what kinds of technological knowledge might have been possessed and then lost by ancient civilizations. They remind us that the ocean floors of the world remain largely unexplored, and that many secrets of human prehistory might still be waiting to be discovered beneath the waves. Perhaps most importantly, the Cuban discovery illustrates how much we still don't know about our own species' past. In an age when we often assume that all the major archaeological discoveries have been made and all the important historical questions have been answered, sites like the underwater ruins off Cuba serve as humbling reminders that the story of human civilization is far from complete. The greatest mysteries of our past might still be hidden beneath thousands of years of ocean water, waiting patiently for the technology and understanding necessary to bring their secrets back to the surface. The Cuban government showed immediate interest in the discovery, as did marine archaeologists from around the world. Follow-up expeditions were planned and executed, but each new dive seemed to raise more questions than answers. Some researchers reported seeing what looked like inscriptions or symbols carved into the stone blocks. Others described massive stone heads, similar to the Moai statues of Easter Island, but potentially much older. There were reports of geometric patterns that seemed too complex and too regular to be the result of natural processes. Yet for all the investigation and documentation, the site remains one of the most controversial archaeological discoveries of modern times. Why? Because accepting that these are truly ancient structures forces us to reconsider some very fundamental assumptions about human history and the rise of civilization. The mainstream archaeological timeline suggests that the first major stone constructions built by humans appeared around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. The pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, the megalithic temples of Malta, these are considered among the earliest examples of sophisticated stone construction. But if the Cuban underwater structures are genuine, and if they were built when that area was above sea level, then we're looking at construction that predates these famous sites by thousands of years. This leads to some uncomfortable questions. If an advanced civilization capable of building massive stone complexes existed over 10,000 years ago, what happened to them? Why is there no clear record of their existence in our historical texts? And if they had the capability to construct such impressive architecture, what other technologies might they have possessed? Some researchers have suggested that these structures could be evidence of a pre-flood civilization, a society that existed before a global catastrophe raised sea levels and erased most traces of their existence. This theory aligns with flood myths found in cultures around the world, from the biblical account of Noah's Ark to similar stories found in Mesopotamian texts, Hindu scriptures, and Native American oral traditions. Could these myths be cultural memories of an actual global flood that destroyed an earlier phase of human civilization? The geological evidence for dramatic sea level changes is well established. During the last ice age, which ended roughly 11,700 years ago, sea levels were indeed much lower than they are today. As the massive ice sheets melted, billions of tons of water were released into the oceans, causing sea levels to rise by over 100 meters in some areas. Coastal regions that had been dry land for thousands of years were suddenly submerged, and anything built on those lands would have been lost beneath the waves. But there's another possibility, one that's even more intriguing and controversial. What if these structures weren't built when the area was dry land? What if they were intentionally constructed underwater? While this might sound impossible, there are precedents for ancient underwater construction. The Romans built harbors and breakwaters that required sophisticated underwater engineering. The ancient Phoenicians were known to construct underwater foundations for their ports. Could an even earlier civilization have possessed similar or superior underwater construction capabilities? This leads us to consider what kind of technology would be required for such an undertaking. Building large stone structures underwater would require not just advanced diving equipment, but sophisticated methods for quarrying, transporting, and precisely placing massive stone blocks in an underwater environment. It would require pumps to remove water from construction sites, cranes or lifting devices that could function underwater, and a level of engineering expertise that we might not expect from ancient civilizations. Yet the more researchers study the Cuban structures, the more they seem to exhibit exactly these kinds of advanced engineering features. The stone blocks appear to be cut with precision, fitted together with mathematical accuracy, and arranged in complex patterns that suggest careful planning and sophisticated construction techniques. Some of the stones are estimated to weigh several tons each, which would make them extremely difficult to move and position even with modern equipment. let alone with whatever technology was available thousands of years ago. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Cuban discovery is how isolated it appears to be. If a civilization advanced enough to build such structures existed in the Caribbean thousands of years ago, where are the other traces of their culture? Where are their tools, their pottery, their art, their written records? Advanced civilizations don't just build impressive architecture, they leave behind entire cultural footprints. They create art, develop writing systems, manufacture tools and weapons, and establish trade networks that leave traces across wide geographical areas. Some researchers have suggested that the answers might lie in other underwater archaeological sites around the world. Off the coast of India, near the city of Dwarka, divers have found what appear to be the remains of an ancient city submerged beneath the Arabian Sea. In the Mediterranean, there are underwater ruins near several Greek islands that seem to date back further than expected. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument presents another puzzle: massive stone formations that could be either natural or artificial, depending on who you ask. Could all of these sites be connected? Could they represent a lost maritime civilization that built coastal cities and monuments around the world, only to see them submerged when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age? If so, we might be looking at evidence of a global civilization that existed long before anything documented in our historical records. But there's also the possibility that we're seeing something else entirely. Some theorists have proposed that these underwater structures represent the remains of an advanced prehistoric civilization that was deliberately destroyed or abandoned. Perhaps they were built by people who knew that a global catastrophe was coming and chose to preserve their most important structures in locations where they might survive underwater. This would explain why the sites seem to have been carefully constructed, but show little evidence of day-to-day habitation. The Cuban structures exhibit several features that support this preservation theory. They appear to have been built with extremely durable materials and construction techniques that could withstand thousands of years underwater. The stone blocks show minimal erosion despite being submerged for millennia. The geometric arrangements have remained largely intact, suggesting that they were designed to resist the kind of structural damage that might result from earthquakes, currents, or sediment buildup. Moreover, the sites seem to have been selected for their geological stability. The Cuban structures sit on bedrock that has remained relatively unchanged for thousands of years. This suggests that their builders understood geological processes well enough to choose construction sites that would remain stable over extremely long periods of time. Such knowledge would require not just practical engineering experience, but sophisticated understanding of geology, oceanography, and long-term environmental changes. As research into the Cuban underwater ruins continues, new technologies are revealing ever more intriguing details. High-resolution sonar mapping has identified what appear to be internal chambers within some of the larger structures. Side-scan sonar has revealed what look like carved decorations or inscriptions on the surfaces of various stone blocks. Three-dimensional modeling has helped researchers understand the complex geometric relationships between different parts of the site. Yet with each new piece of evidence, the mystery seems to deepen rather than resolve. The structures appear to be too sophisticated for the time period when they must have been built, too well preserved for having spent thousands of years underwater, and too isolated to represent the remains of a major civilization. They challenge our understanding of when humans first developed advanced construction techniques, how ancient peoples might have dealt with rising sea levels, and what might have happened to prehistoric civilizations that we have no other record of. Perhaps most unsettling of all, the Cuban structures raise questions about what else might be hidden beneath the world's oceans. If a complex this large and sophisticated could remain undiscovered until the year 2000, what other archaeological treasures might be waiting on ocean floors around the globe? The vast majority of the world's ocean floor has never been systematically mapped or explored. Could there be dozens, or even hundreds, of similar sites waiting to be found. The implications extend beyond archaeology and ancient history. If prehistoric civilizations were indeed capable of the kind of sophisticated underwater construction suggested by the Cuban site, then we might need to reconsider what we think we know about the development of human technology and engineering. The techniques required to build such structures underwater would rival or exceed many modern construction capabilities. This raises the uncomfortable possibility that human technological advancement hasn't been the steady upward progression that we often assume, but rather a series of rises and falls, with advanced capabilities being developed, lost, and redeveloped multiple times throughout history. As we continue to study these mysterious underwater ruins, one thing becomes increasingly clear. They represent far more than just another archaeological curiosity. They're a window into a chapter of human history that we never knew existed, a reminder that the past is far stranger and more complex than our textbooks suggest. Whether they represent the remains of a lost pre-flood civilization, evidence of ancient underwater construction techniques, or something else entirely, the Cuban structures force us to acknowledge that there's still so much about our own species' history that we simply don't understand. And perhaps that's the most intriguing aspect of all. In an age when we often feel like everything has been discovered and every mystery has been solved, places like the underwater ruins off Cuba remind us that the greatest secrets of human civilization might still be waiting to be found, hidden beneath thousands of years of ocean water and forgotten by time itself. Beneath the famous pyramids of the Giza Plateau lies a network of tunnels, chambers, and shafts that few people ever get to see. While millions of tourists visit the Great Pyramid each year, walking through its main passages and marveling at its ancient construction, there's an entire hidden world carved into the bedrock below that remains largely unexplored and poorly understood. This underground system is so complex, so precisely engineered, and so mysteriously purposeful that some researchers believe it represents technology from a civilization far older than ancient Egypt itself. The story of the Giza underground begins with the conventional narrative we all learned in school. The pyramids were built as tombs for pharaohs during Egypt's Old Kingdom period, roughly 4,500 years ago. The Great Pyramid, attributed to Pharaoh Khufu, is the largest and most famous of the three main pyramids on the plateau. But even this mainstream story has always contained puzzles that archaeologists struggle to explain. Why are the internal chambers so small compared to the pyramid's massive size? Why are there shafts that seem to serve no practical purpose? And why does the entire complex seem designed with astronomical precision that goes far beyond what would be necessary for a simple tomb? These questions became even more intriguing when researchers began to seriously investigate what lies beneath the pyramids. Using ground-penetrating radar, seismic surveys, and other modern detection techniques, they discovered that the Giza Plateau isn't just the site of three large pyramids and a sphinx. It's honeycombed with an extensive network of underground passages, chambers, and vertical shafts that extend deep into the bedrock. The most remarkable of these features is what researchers have come to call the Giza shaft system. These aren't the narrow air shafts found inside the pyramids themselves, which point toward specific stars and seem to serve some astronomical purpose. These are much larger, more complex structures that appear to be part of an integrated underground network designed for purposes that remain completely mysterious. Some of these shafts are perfectly circular, carved with mathematical precision through solid limestone bedrock. Others are rectangular, with smooth walls that show clear evidence of advanced cutting techniques. Many of them extend far deeper than would be necessary for any known burial practices or religious ceremonies. Some appear to connect to natural cave systems, while others seem to lead to artificially created underground chambers. What makes these shafts particularly intriguing is their apparent age. While the pyramids above show clear evidence of having been built during the Old Kingdom period, the underground shaft system exhibits characteristics that suggest it might be much older. The cutting techniques used to create them appear to be different from anything else found in ancient Egyptian sites. The precision of the engineering suggests access to tools and methods that don't match what we know about Old Kingdom technology. Moreover, there's evidence that the underground system might predate the pyramids above. In several locations, the pyramid foundations appear to have been built around or on top of existing shaft openings. This suggests that whoever carved the underground network did so before the pyramids were constructed, and that the pyramid builders found ways to incorporate the existing shafts into their own designs. This timeline creates some fascinating possibilities. If the shaft system predates the pyramids, then it must be at least 4,500 years old, and possibly much older. But radiocarbon dating of organic materials found in some of the deeper chambers has yielded dates that push the age back even further, with some samples suggesting the chambers were sealed over 6,000 years ago. This would place the construction of the underground system well before the rise of ancient Egyptian civilization as we understand it. The engineering sophistication of the shaft system adds another layer to the mystery. Creating perfectly round vertical shafts through solid limestone bedrock requires advanced drilling techniques, precise measurements, and sophisticated lifting equipment to remove the excavated material. The deepest of these shafts extend over 30 meters straight down through the bedrock, which would represent a major engineering challenge even with modern equipment. But it's not just the depth that's impressive, it's the precision. Many of the shafts maintain perfectly consistent diameters from top to bottom, with walls so smooth they appear almost polished. The angles and curves are mathematically precise, suggesting the use of advanced surveying and construction techniques. Some of the shafts include features like spiral grooves carved into their walls, indicating that they were created using some kind of rotating cutting tool. The discovery of the underground network wasn't the result of a single expedition or research project, but rather the gradual accumulation of evidence over decades of investigation. The first hints came from 19th century explorers who noticed that the sound of their footsteps in certain areas of the Giza Plateau produced hollow echoes, suggesting the presence of void spaces beneath the surface. These early observations were largely dismissed as curiosities, but they planted the seeds for more systematic investigation. In the early 20th century, systematic archaeological surveys began to reveal the extent of the underground network. Researchers using primitive ground-penetrating techniques discovered that the bedrock beneath the pyramids was riddled with artificial passages and chambers. However, the technology available at the time was insufficient to create detailed maps or to safely explore the deeper parts of the system. It wasn't until the development of modern archaeological technologies in the latter half of the 20th century that researchers began to fully appreciate the scope and sophistication of the underground network. Advanced ground-penetrating radar, seismic tomography, and other non-invasive investigation techniques revealed that the shaft system extended far beyond what anyone had previously imagined. The shafts themselves exhibit a variety of different designs and construction techniques, suggesting that they might have been built during different time periods or for different purposes. Some are perfectly cylindrical, with walls that show evidence of having been carved using rotating tools that left spiral grooves in the stone. Others are more rectangular in cross-section, with perfectly flat walls and sharp, precise corners that would be difficult to achieve even with modern cutting equipment. The depths of the shafts vary considerably, with some extending only a few meters into the bedrock, while others plunge 30 meters or more straight down. The deepest shafts seem to be concentrated in specific areas of the plateau, particularly around the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx, suggesting that these locations might have held special significance for the original builders. What's particularly puzzling about the shaft system is the apparent lack of any obvious practical purpose. Unlike other ancient underground constructions, such as cisterns, storage chambers, or burial vaults, the Giza shafts don't seem to have been designed for any utilitarian function that we can recognize. They're too narrow to serve as passageways for people or large objects, too deep to be simple storage spaces, and too precisely constructed to be merely drainage systems. This has led researchers to consider more exotic possibilities for their purpose. Some have suggested that the shafts might have been designed as acoustic resonators, intended to amplify or modify sound waves in specific ways. The cylindrical shape and precise dimensions of many shafts would indeed create specific resonant frequencies when sound waves are introduced into them. Acoustic testing conducted in accessible parts of the shaft system has revealed some remarkable properties. Sound waves introduced into certain shafts are amplified and focused in ways that create powerful resonant effects. In some cases, the acoustic properties are so pronounced that they can create physical vibrations in the surrounding stone structures. These effects are far too precise and consistent to be accidental, suggesting that the shafts were intentionally designed to produce specific acoustic phenomena. The acoustic properties become even more interesting when considered in conjunction with the known acoustic characteristics of the pyramid chambers above. The internal chambers of the Great Pyramid exhibit unusual resonant properties that have puzzled researchers for decades. Sounds produced in certain chambers are amplified and sustained in ways that suggest sophisticated understanding of acoustic engineering. If the underground shaft system was designed to work in conjunction with the pyramid chambers above, it might represent an integrated acoustic network of remarkable sophistication. The discovery of the underground network wasn't the result of a single expedition or research project, but rather the gradual accumulation of evidence over decades of investigation. The first hints came from 19th century explorers who noticed that the sound of their footsteps in certain areas of the Giza Plateau produced hollow echoes, suggesting the presence of void spaces beneath the surface. These early observations were largely dismissed as curiosities, but they planted the seeds for more systematic investigation. In the early 20th century, systematic archaeological surveys began to reveal the extent of the underground network. Researchers using primitive ground-penetrating techniques discovered that the bedrock beneath the pyramids was riddled with artificial passages and chambers. However, the technology available at the time was insufficient to create detailed maps or to safely explore the deeper parts of the system. It wasn't until the development of modern archaeological technologies in the latter half of the 20th century that researchers began to fully appreciate the scope and sophistication of the underground network. Advanced ground-penetrating radar, seismic tomography, and other non-invasive investigation techniques revealed that the shaft system extended far beyond what anyone had previously imagined. The shafts themselves exhibit a variety of different designs and construction techniques, suggesting that they might have been built during different time periods or for different purposes. Some are perfectly cylindrical, with walls that show evidence of having been carved using rotating tools that left spiral grooves in the stone. Others are more rectangular in cross-section, with perfectly flat walls and sharp, precise corners that would be difficult to achieve even with modern cutting equipment. The depths of the shafts vary considerably, with some extending only a few meters into the bedrock, while others plunge 30 meters or more straight down. The deepest shafts seem to be concentrated in specific areas of the plateau, particularly around the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx, suggesting that these locations might have held special significance for the original builders. What's particularly puzzling about the shaft system is the apparent lack of any obvious practical purpose. Unlike other ancient underground constructions, such as cisterns, storage chambers, or burial vaults, the Giza shafts don't seem to have been designed for any utilitarian function that we can recognize. They're too narrow to serve as passageways for people or large objects, too deep to be simple storage spaces, and too precisely constructed to be merely drainage systems. This has led researchers to consider more exotic possibilities for their purpose. Some have suggested that the shafts might have been designed as acoustic resonators, intended to amplify or modify sound waves in specific ways. The cylindrical shape and precise dimensions of many shafts would indeed create specific resonant frequencies when sound waves are introduced into them. Acoustic testing conducted in accessible parts of the shaft system has revealed some remarkable properties. Sound waves introduced into certain shafts are amplified and focused in ways that create powerful resonant effects. In some cases, the acoustic properties are so pronounced that they can create physical vibrations in the surrounding stone structures. These effects are far too precise and consistent to be accidental, suggesting that the shafts were intentionally designed to produce specific acoustic phenomena. The acoustic properties become even more interesting when considered in conjunction with the known acoustic characteristics of the pyramid chambers above. The internal chambers of the Great Pyramid exhibit unusual resonant properties that have puzzled researchers for decades. Sounds produced in certain chambers are amplified and sustained in ways that suggest sophisticated understanding of acoustic engineering. If the underground shaft system was designed to work in conjunction with the pyramid chambers above, it might represent an integrated acoustic network of remarkable sophistication. But acoustics might not be the only advanced technology represented in the shaft system. Recent investigations have revealed evidence of unusual electromagnetic properties associated with certain shafts. Measurements taken with sensitive electromagnetic sensors have detected anomalous magnetic fields and electrical activity in areas around specific shaft openings. These anomalies are too consistent and too precisely located to be the result of natural geological processes. The electromagnetic anomalies have led some researchers to propose that the shaft system might have been designed to generate, focus, or manipulate electrical energy. While this might sound far-fetched, there are precedents for ancient peoples working with electrical phenomena. The famous Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq and dating to roughly 2,000 years ago, demonstrates that ancient civilizations were capable of creating simple electrical devices. If the builders of the Giza shaft system possessed similar or more advanced knowledge of electrical principles, they might have created a network designed to harness or manipulate electrical energy. The possibility of electrical technology at Giza gains support from analysis of the materials used in the construction of both the shafts and the pyramids above. Chemical analysis has revealed the presence of specific metallic elements embedded in the limestone blocks and mortar used throughout the complex. These metallic inclusions are distributed in patterns that seem too regular to be natural, suggesting they might have been intentionally placed to create specific electrical or electromagnetic properties. Some of the metallic elements found in the Giza stones are particularly intriguing. Iron compounds, copper traces, and even small amounts of what appear to be crystalline materials have been detected in locations that correspond to key structural points in both the pyramid architecture and the underground shaft system. These materials could potentially function as conductors, semiconductors, or piezoelectric elements, depending on how they were arranged and activated. The crystalline materials are especially puzzling, as they don't match the geological composition of the local limestone or the known materials available to ancient Egyptian builders. Some of these crystals exhibit piezoelectric properties, meaning they can generate electrical charges when subjected to mechanical stress. If the ancient builders knew how to harness these properties, they might have created a system that could convert mechanical vibration into electrical energy. This possibility becomes even more intriguing when considered alongside the acoustic properties of the shaft system. Sound waves are, fundamentally, mechanical vibrations. If the shaft system was designed to amplify and focus acoustic energy, and if piezoelectric materials were strategically placed throughout the network, then the entire complex might function as a massive system for converting sound energy into electrical energy. Such a system would represent technology far in advance of anything we associate with ancient civilizations. Yet the evidence continues to accumulate that something along these lines might indeed have been constructed at Giza thousands of years ago. The precision of the engineering, the sophisticated acoustic properties, the unusual electromagnetic characteristics, and the strategic placement of specific materials all point toward a level of technological understanding that doesn't fit with conventional theories about ancient Egyptian capabilities. The implications extend far beyond the Giza Plateau itself. If advanced technology of this kind existed in ancient Egypt, then our entire understanding of technological development throughout human history might need to be revised. Instead of the gradual, steady progression from simple tools to complex machines that we usually assume, human technology might have followed a more complex pattern of advancement, loss, and redevelopment. This cyclic view of technological development gains support from evidence found at other ancient sites around the world. The precision stone cutting techniques found in the Giza shaft system are remarkably similar to those found at megalithic sites in Peru, Turkey, Lebanon, and other locations around the globe. The acoustic and electromagnetic anomalies detected at Giza have parallels at stone circles and megalithic temples in Europe and elsewhere. This suggests that advanced construction techniques and sophisticated understanding of physics principles might have been more widespread in the ancient world than conventional archaeology recognizes. The dating of the Giza underground system becomes crucial for understanding its place in this broader pattern of ancient technology. If the shaft system predates the rise of ancient Egyptian civilization, then it might represent technology from an earlier phase of human development that has been largely forgotten by history. This earlier phase might correspond to the end of the last ice age, when dramatic climate changes and possible catastrophic events disrupted civilizations around the world. Geological evidence supports the possibility of such ancient advanced civilizations. The period from roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago was marked by dramatic environmental changes, including rapidly rising sea levels, massive flooding, and the extinction of many large animal species. These changes would have been devastating to any advanced civilizations that existed at the time, potentially erasing most traces of their existence except for the most durable stone constructions. The Giza Plateau would have been an ideal location for preserving such ancient technology. The area sits on geologically stable bedrock that has remained largely unchanged for thousands of years. The dry climate of the region would help preserve both stone constructions and any organic materials that might have been associated with them. If an advanced prehistoric civilization chose to build a technological complex designed to survive global catastrophes, the Giza Plateau would be among the most suitable locations on Earth. Recent discoveries continue to support the theory that the Giza complex represents pre-flood technology. Advanced scanning techniques have revealed additional chambers and passages that haven't been accessed in thousands of years. Three-dimensional modeling of the entire complex has shown that the underground network is even more extensive and sophisticated than previously realized. Chemical analysis of materials from the deepest parts of the system has yielded dates that push the age of the complex back well beyond the conventional timeline for ancient Egyptian civilization. Perhaps most significantly, ongoing research has revealed that the shaft system appears to be just one component of a much larger technological network that extends across the entire Giza Plateau. Ground-penetrating radar has detected similar shaft systems beneath the other pyramids and around the Sphinx, suggesting that the entire area was designed as an integrated complex with specific technological functions. The Sphinx itself has become a focal point for research into the pre-flood technology theory. Geological analysis of the weathering patterns on the Sphinx has suggested that it might be much older than previously thought, possibly dating back to a time when the climate of Egypt was much wetter than it is today. If the Sphinx is indeed much older than the pyramids, It might represent an earlier phase of construction at Giza, possibly by the same civilization that created the underground shaft system. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure walls have been particularly compelling evidence for the great antiquity of the monument. The type of weathering visible on these walls is consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall, but the climate of Egypt has been arid for the past several thousand years. For the observed weathering to have occurred naturally, the Sphinx would have had to be carved during a much earlier period when Egypt received significantly more rainfall. This earlier, wetter period in Egypt's climate history corresponds roughly to the end of the last ice age, when global climate patterns were dramatically different from today. If the Sphinx and the underground shaft system were both created during this earlier period, it would place their construction well before the rise of ancient Egyptian civilization as conventionally understood. The implications of this possibility are staggering. It would mean that an advanced civilization capable of sophisticated engineering and construction existed in the Nile Valley thousands of years before the first pharaohs. This civilization would have possessed knowledge of acoustics, engineering, possibly electromagnetics, and certainly advanced stoneworking techniques that weren't supposed to exist until much later in human history. Moreover, if this prehistoric civilization was responsible for creating the technological systems at Giza, then the later ancient Egyptians might have inherited and adapted existing technology rather than creating it from scratch. This would explain many of the puzzling aspects of ancient Egyptian culture, such as their seemingly sudden appearance as a fully developed civilization with advanced knowledge of architecture, engineering, astronomy, and mathematics. The possibility that ancient Egyptian civilization was built upon the foundations of an even earlier, more advanced culture has profound implications for our understanding of human history. It suggests that technological and cultural development might not follow the linear progression that we usually assume, but rather a more complex pattern of rise, fall, and renewal that has repeated itself multiple times throughout human prehistory. As research into the Giza shaft system continues, new discoveries continue to challenge conventional theories about ancient technology and prehistoric civilizations. Whether these underground networks represent advanced engineering from ancient Egypt's Old Kingdom period, technology inherited from an earlier civilization, or something else entirely, they force us to acknowledge that there's still much about human history that we don't understand. The mystery of the Giza shaft system reminds us that even the most famous and studied archaeological sites in the world still hold secrets waiting to be discovered. Hidden beneath the most visited pyramids on Earth lies a network of chambers, passages, and technological systems that challenges everything we thought we knew about ancient capabilities and prehistoric civilizations. The greatest secrets of human technological development might still be waiting in the darkness, carved into solid rock thousands of years ago by people whose knowledge and capabilities we're only beginning to appreciate. Underground system might predate the pyramids above. In several locations, the pyramid foundations appear to have been built around or on top of existing shaft openings. This suggests that whoever carved the underground network did so before the pyramids were constructed, and that the pyramid builders found ways to incorporate the existing shafts into their own designs. This timeline creates some fascinating possibilities. If the shaft system predates the pyramids, then it must be at least 4,500 years old, and possibly much older. But radiocarbon dating of organic materials found in some of the deeper chambers has yielded dates that push the age back even further, with some samples suggesting the chambers were sealed over 6,000 years ago. This would place the construction of the underground system well before the rise of ancient Egyptian civilization as we understand it. The engineering sophistication of the shaft system adds another layer to the mystery. Creating perfectly round vertical shafts through solid limestone bedrock requires advanced drilling techniques, precise measurements, and sophisticated lifting equipment to remove the excavated material. The deepest of these shafts extend over 30 meters straight down through the bedrock, which would represent a major engineering challenge even with modern equipment. But it's not just the depth that's impressive, it's the precision. Many of the shafts maintain perfectly consistent diameters from top to bottom, with walls so smooth they appear almost polished. The angles and curves are mathematically precise, suggesting the use of advanced surveying and construction techniques. Some of the shafts include features like spiral grooves carved into their walls, indicating that they were created using some kind of rotating cutting tool. Even more intriguing are the chambers that these shafts connect to. Deep beneath the Giza Plateau, carved chambers have been discovered that show no evidence of ever being used for burials or religious ceremonies. Instead, they appear to have been designed for some other purpose entirely. Some contain what look like channels or conduits carved into the floor, as if they were designed to channel water or some other fluid. Others include precisely carved niches and alcoves that seem designed to hold specific objects or equipment. The water-related features are particularly puzzling. Several of the underground chambers show clear evidence of having once been flooded, but not by accident. The water channels, drain systems, and what appear to be sluice gates suggest that water flow was carefully controlled and directed through specific parts of the underground network. Some researchers have suggested that the entire system might have been designed as a massive water management network, possibly for managing the annual Nile flood or for some other hydraulic purpose. This water management theory becomes even more interesting when you consider the broader context of the Giza Plateau's history. Geological evidence suggests that the region was much wetter in the distant past than it is today. During what geologists call the African humid period, which lasted from roughly 15,000 to 5,000 years ago, the Sahara Desert was actually a green, well-watered landscape with rivers, lakes, and abundant vegetation. If the Giza shaft system was built during this earlier period, it might have been designed to work with a completely different hydrological environment than exists today. But water management might not have been the only purpose of the underground network. Some of the chambers contain features that seem designed for entirely different functions. There are rooms with precisely carved acoustic properties that amplify and focus sound in unusual ways. There are chambers with walls that seem designed to reflect and concentrate light from specific angles. And there are spaces that appear to have been designed for housing large pieces of equipment or machinery, though no trace of such equipment has ever been found. The acoustic properties of the underground chambers have attracted particular attention from researchers. Sound tests conducted in several of the deeper chambers have revealed that they were designed with sophisticated understanding of acoustic engineering. Certain chambers amplify specific frequencies while dampening others, creating what some researchers describe as acoustic resonance chambers. Some produce standing wave patterns that can create physical vibrations strong enough to feel in the surrounding stone. These acoustic features have led to some intriguing theories about the possible functions of the underground system. Sound and vibration can be used for various practical purposes, from breaking up hard materials to moving heavy objects to creating specific psychological or physiological effects in humans. Some researchers have suggested that the Giza chambers might have been designed as a kind of ancient acoustic technology, possibly for purposes we don't yet understand. The lighting and optical features of some chambers are equally mysterious. Several underground rooms have been found with precisely placed openings that allow sunlight to enter at specific times of day or specific seasons of the year. The angles and positions of these openings are too precise to be accidental, suggesting they were designed to create specific lighting effects or to mark specific astronomical events. In some cases, the optical features seem designed to work in conjunction with the acoustic properties. There are chambers where light entering through carefully positioned openings creates shadows or illumination patterns that correspond to the room's acoustic focus points. This suggests a level of integrated design that combines multiple scientific principles in ways that wouldn't be achieved again until much later in human history. Perhaps most intriguingly, some of the chambers contain features that seem designed to create or manipulate electromagnetic fields. Measurements taken in certain underground rooms have detected unusual magnetic anomalies and electrical activity that can't be explained by natural geological processes. Some chambers contain what appear to be specifically placed metallic elements embedded in the stone walls, creating patterns that might have been designed to channel or focus electromagnetic energy. This electromagnetic evidence has led some researchers to propose that the Giza underground system might have been designed as a kind of ancient power generation or energy manipulation facility. While this might sound far-fetched, there are precedents for ancient peoples understanding and working with electrical phenomena. The Baghdad Battery, for example, suggests that some ancient civilizations had knowledge of electrochemical processes. And recent research into the electrical properties of certain types of stone constructions has shown that megalithic sites around the world often exhibit unusual electromagnetic characteristics. The precision and complexity of the Giza shaft system has led many researchers to conclude that it represents a level of technological sophistication that doesn't fit with our understanding of ancient Egyptian capabilities during the time period when it was supposedly built. The cutting techniques, engineering precision, acoustic properties, optical features, and electromagnetic anomalies all suggest access to advanced knowledge and tools that weren't supposed to exist thousands of years ago. This has led to the controversial theory that the underground system might be evidence of pre-flood technology, advanced engineering created by a civilization that existed before the great climate changes that ended the last ice age and ushered in the current geological epoch. According to this theory, the Giza Plateau was chosen as the site for this underground complex because of its geological stability and strategic location, and the system was built by people who possessed scientific knowledge that was later lost when their civilization was destroyed by global catastrophes. The pre-flood theory gained support from evidence found at other ancient sites around the world. The precision cutting techniques found in the Giza shafts are remarkably similar to those found at sites like Sacsayhuaman in Peru, the megalithic temples of Malta, and various sites in Turkey and Lebanon. This suggests that similar advanced construction techniques were being used by multiple civilizations around the world during roughly the same time period. Moreover, many of these sites show evidence of having been damaged or abandoned around the same time, roughly 11 to 12,000 years ago. This corresponds to the end of the Younger Dryas period, a time of dramatic climate change that included rising sea levels, massive flooding, and the extinction of many large animal species. Some researchers believe this period represents a global catastrophe that destroyed an earlier phase of human civilization, leaving behind only the most durable stone constructions as evidence of their existence. If the pre-flood theory is correct, then the Giza shaft system might represent something far more significant than just another archaeological mystery. It might be one of the few remaining examples of advanced technology from humanity's forgotten past, a window into capabilities that were developed, lost, and only gradually redeveloped over thousands of years. The implications of this possibility are staggering. If ancient peoples possessed the kind of advanced engineering and scientific knowledge suggested by the Giza underground system, then our entire understanding of human technological development might be fundamentally flawed. Instead of the steady upward progression we usually assume, human technology might have followed a cycle of advancement, catastrophic loss, and gradual recovery that has repeated itself multiple times throughout history. This cyclic view of technological development might explain many of the anomalies we find in the archaeological record. It would account for the sophisticated astronomical knowledge found in ancient sites around the world, the precision engineering of megalithic constructions, and the advanced metallurgy and chemistry that seem to have appeared and disappeared multiple times in different civilizations. As modern technology allows us to explore more of the Giza underground system, we continue to find evidence that supports these controversial theories. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed chambers and passages that haven't been entered by humans for thousands of years. 3D mapping has shown the incredible precision and complexity of the entire network. Chemical analysis of the stone surfaces has revealed cutting and shaping techniques that we still don't fully understand. Yet with each new discovery, the mystery seems to deepen rather than resolve. The more we learn about the engineering sophistication of the underground system, the harder it becomes to explain how it could have been built with the tools and knowledge that we think were available to ancient peoples. The precision is too great, the scale too vast, and the integrated design too complex to match our understanding of ancient capabilities. Whether the Giza shaft system represents evidence of pre-flood technology, forgotten ancient knowledge, or something else entirely, one thing is clear. It forces us to acknowledge that there's still so much about human history that we don't understand. Hidden beneath one of the most famous archaeological sites in the world lies a network of chambers and passages that challenges everything we thought we knew about ancient engineering, lost civilizations, and the true timeline of human technological achievement. And perhaps most remarkably, this vast underground system continues to keep its secrets, waiting patiently in the darkness for us to develop the technology and understanding necessary to unlock the mysteries that lie buried beneath the sands of Giza. Deep in the remote wilderness of Siberia, scattered across the vast expanse of the Ural Mountains and beyond, lie structures so ancient and so massive that they challenge everything we think we know about prehistoric Russia. These aren't the wooden churches or onion domes that come to mind when we think of Russian architecture. These are something far older, far stranger, and infinitely more mysterious. The megaliths of Russia have been hiding in plain sight for millennia, weathered by countless winters and largely ignored by mainstream archaeology. But for those who know where to look, these stone giants tell a story that predates written history by thousands of years. They speak of a time when the frozen landscape of Siberia was home to builders whose capabilities we're only beginning to understand. What makes these Russian megaliths so fascinating isn't just their age or their size, though both are impressive. It's the fact that they exist at all in a region we've long assumed was populated only by nomadic hunter-gatherers. The conventional narrative tells us that ancient Russia was a land of scattered tribes, surviving harsh winters and brief summers with nothing more than basic tools and temporary shelters. Yet here, carved from solid granite and arranged with obvious intention, are monuments that required planning, organization, and engineering skills that shouldn't have existed in prehistoric Siberia. The most famous of these mysterious structures can be found on the Kola Peninsula, near the modern border with Finland. Here, in a landscape so remote that even today it sees few visitors, stands a collection of stone arrangements that have puzzled researchers for decades. The stones themselves are massive, some weighing several tons, yet they've been carefully positioned to create what can only be described as intentional patterns. Local legends speak of these stones as the work of giants, beings who walked the earth before the coming of winter and ice. The indigenous Sami people, who have called this region home for thousands of years, have stories passed down through generations about the time when the stones were placed. They speak of a period when the land was warmer, when great beings moved across the landscape, shaping the world for reasons known only to themselves. But legends aside, what do we actually know about these structures? Archaeological dating has placed some of the Russian megaliths at over 8,000 years old, making them contemporary with the earliest known stone circles of Western Europe. Yet while Stonehenge and similar sites receive worldwide attention, the Russian megaliths remain largely unknown outside of academic circles. The construction techniques used in these ancient sites are particularly intriguing. Unlike many megalithic structures around the world, which often show evidence of ramps, levers, or other obvious methods of moving heavy stones, the Russian sites seem to defy explanation. The stones appear to have been placed with a precision that suggests advanced planning, yet there's no clear evidence of how such massive blocks were transported across the rugged Siberian landscape. In the region around Lake Baikal, the world's deepest and oldest lake, researchers have discovered what appears to be an entire complex of ancient stone structures. These aren't random rock formations shaped by natural forces. They're clearly artificial, arranged in patterns that suggest astronomical significance. Some stones are aligned with the sunrise on the summer solstice, others with specific star positions that would have been visible thousands of years ago. The discovery of these alignments raises profound questions about the people who built them. Astronomical knowledge of this sophistication requires generations of careful observation and record keeping. It implies a stable, organized society with the luxury of time to study the heavens. This doesn't match our understanding of prehistoric Siberia as a harsh environment where survival took precedence over all else. One of the most mysterious aspects of the Russian megaliths is their apparent connection to similar structures found thousands of miles away. The stone arrangements near Lake Baikal bear striking similarities to megalithic sites in Western Europe, despite being separated by vast distances and, according to conventional chronology, by thousands of years. This has led some researchers to propose the existence of an ancient, widespread culture that left its mark across much of the northern hemisphere. The idea of such a culture is controversial, challenging as it does our understanding of prehistoric human migration and development. Yet the evidence continues to mount. From the Arctic Circle to the steppes of Central Asia, archaeologists are finding stone structures that share common features. Massive stones arranged with obvious intention, astronomical alignments, and construction techniques that seem impossibly advanced for their supposed age. In the remote Altai Mountains, where Russia borders Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and China, lies perhaps the most enigmatic of all Russian megalithic sites. Here, massive granite blocks have been arranged to form what can only be described as a prehistoric observatory. The stones are positioned to track the movements of the sun, moon, and stars with remarkable accuracy. The precision of these alignments suggests a level of astronomical knowledge that rivals that of much later civilizations. What makes the Altai site even more mysterious is its apparent age. Carbon dating of organic materials found nearby suggests the structures could be over 10,000 years old, placing their construction in the immediate aftermath of the last ice age. This was a time of dramatic climate change, when vast ice sheets were melting and sea levels were rising around the world. It was also, according to many traditions, the time of a great flood that destroyed an earlier civilization. The connection between these ancient flood stories and the megalithic sites of Russia is tantalizing but difficult to prove. What we do know is that many of the Russian structures show signs of having been partially submerged at some point in their history. Water damage and erosion patterns suggest that the sites were once subjected to significant flooding, consistent with the massive environmental changes that occurred at the end of the last ice age. Some researchers have proposed that the Russian megaliths are remnants of a pre-flood civilization, one that possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and construction techniques. According to this theory, the builders of these sites had sufficient warning of the coming catastrophe to preserve their most important knowledge in stone monuments designed to survive the deluge. The evidence for this theory is circumstantial but compelling. Many of the megalithic sites are positioned on high ground, well above the flood plains that would have been inundated by rising waters. The choice of granite and other durable stones suggests the builders intended their monuments to last through whatever catastrophe they foresaw. And the astronomical alignments encoded in the structures could represent a form of knowledge preservation, a way to maintain crucial information about the movements of celestial bodies that would be essential for navigation and calendar keeping in a post-flood world. But if such an advanced civilization did exist in prehistoric Russia, what happened to it? The megalithic sites themselves provide few clues about their builders. Unlike the elaborate tombs and monuments of later civilizations, the Russian structures contain little in the way of artifacts or human remains. They appear to have been built purely as markers or observatories, with no obvious residential or ceremonial function. This absence of everyday artifacts has led some researchers to speculate that the builders of the Russian megaliths weren't a settled agricultural civilization at all, but rather a sophisticated nomadic culture. Such a society would leave few traces beyond their most permanent monuments, explaining why we've found the stones but little evidence of the people who placed them. The nomadic theory gained support from the distribution of megalithic sites across Russia. Rather than being concentrated in a single region, they're scattered across thousands of miles, following what appear to be ancient migration routes. This pattern suggests a mobile culture that marked significant locations along their seasonal journeys, creating a network of stone monuments that served as landmarks, calendars, and repositories of astronomical knowledge. Recent discoveries in the Russian Far East have added new dimensions to the megalith mystery. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, researchers have found stone circles that bear an uncanny resemblance to similar structures in Western Europe and the British Isles. The similarities are so striking that some archaeologists have suggested direct cultural contact between these widely separated regions, despite the seemingly impossible distances involved. The Kamchatka circles are particularly interesting because of their association with volcanic activity. The peninsula is one of the most volcanically active regions on Earth, with dozens of active volcanoes and frequent seismic activity. Yet the stone circles appear to have been deliberately positioned in relation to certain volcanic features, suggesting that their builders had a sophisticated understanding of geological processes. This connection between megaliths and volcanic activity isn't unique to Kamchatka. Similar patterns have been observed at megalithic sites around the world, leading some researchers to propose that the builders possessed advanced geological knowledge. They may have understood the connection between underground forces and surface features in ways that modern science is only beginning to appreciate. The implications of such knowledge are staggering. If prehistoric peoples could predict volcanic eruptions or seismic events, they would have possessed a tremendous advantage in choosing settlement locations and avoiding natural disasters. This capability alone could explain how a civilization might survive the catastrophic changes that marked the end of the last ice age, while less prepared cultures perished. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Russian megaliths isn't their age or their construction techniques, but their apparent abandonment. At some point in the distant past, the builders simply stopped maintaining these sites. The astronomical alignments fell out of use, the stone circles were left to weather and decay, and the knowledge they represented was lost to time. The timing of this abandonment appears to coincide with major climate changes that occurred around 6,000 years ago. This period, known as the Atlantic Maximum, saw significant shifts in temperature and precipitation patterns across northern Europe and Asia. What had been a relatively mild climate became colder and more variable, making the already challenging environment of Siberia even more difficult to inhabit. Some researchers believe this climate change forced the megalith builders to abandon their traditional territories and migrate to more hospitable regions. Others suggest that the changing environment disrupted the seasonal patterns that had made their nomadic lifestyle possible, leading to the collapse of their sophisticated culture. Whatever the cause, the abandonment of the Russian megaliths marks the end of one of the most mysterious chapters in human prehistory. The builders left behind monuments that continue to baffle researchers today, stone witnesses to capabilities we're still trying to understand. Their astronomical alignments preserve knowledge of celestial movements from thousands of years ago, while their massive construction testifies to engineering skills that seem impossibly advanced for their time. Today, Many of these sites remain virtually unknown outside of specialist archaeological circles. The harsh climate and remote locations that once protected them from interference now make them difficult for researchers to access and study. Climate change is also taking its toll, with thawing permafrost and increased erosion threatening structures that have survived for millennia. Efforts are underway to document and preserve the most important Russian megalithic sites before they're lost to time and weather. Using modern surveying techniques and computer modeling, archaeologists are creating detailed records of stone positions and alignments. These digital reconstructions may be all that remains of these mysterious monuments in the not-too-distant future. But even as we race to preserve what's left, new discoveries continue to emerge from the Russian wilderness. Satellite surveys have identified potential megalithic sites in regions that have never been explored by archaeologists. Each new discovery adds to our understanding of these ancient builders, while simultaneously deepening the mystery of who they were and what they were trying to achieve. The megaliths of Russia stand as silent testimony to human capabilities that existed long before the rise of the civilizations we traditionally study. They remind us that our ancestors were capable of achievements that we're only beginning to appreciate, and that the story of human development is far more complex than we once believed. In the frozen landscapes of Siberia, carved in stone and aligned with the stars, lies evidence of knowledge and skills that challenge our most basic assumptions about the past. As we continue to study these remarkable monuments, one thing becomes increasingly clear. The builders of the Russian megaliths were no primitive hunter-gatherers struggling for survival in a harsh environment. They were sophisticated people with advanced knowledge of astronomy, geology, and engineering. They created monuments designed to last for millennia, encoding their understanding of the natural world in arrangements of stone that continue to function as cosmic calendars thousands of years after their builders vanished into the mists of prehistory. In the fertile valleys of Lebanon, where cedar trees once covered the mountainsides and ancient traders crossed paths between east and west, lies one of archaeology's most perplexing mysteries. The site is known today as Baalbek, and while most visitors come to marvel at the impressive Roman temples dedicated to Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus, the real mystery lies beneath these relatively modern structures. Hidden in the foundations, largely ignored by casual tourists and even some scholars, are stone blocks so massive and so precisely placed that they challenge everything we think we know about ancient construction capabilities. These are the trilithons of Baalbek, 3 enormous limestone blocks that have quietly defied explanation for nearly 2,000 years. Each block weighs over 800 tons, making them among the heaviest worked stones in the world. They sit perfectly fitted together, 20 feet above the ground, forming part of the foundation for the Roman temple complex above. But here's the mystery that has haunted engineers and archaeologists for centuries. How did ancient builders, working with supposedly primitive tools, manage to quarry, transport, and precisely position stones of such incredible weight? The trilithons aren't alone in their impossibility. Nearby, still lying in the ancient quarry where it was shaped, rests an even larger block known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. This limestone giant weighs an estimated 1,200 tons, making it one of the largest worked stones ever discovered. It lies there as if abandoned mid-project, perfectly carved and ready for transport, but somehow never moved to its intended destination. Standing nearby is another colossal block, even larger still, discovered in recent years and weighing an estimated 1,500 tons. The presence of these megaliths raises uncomfortable questions about our understanding of ancient capabilities. The Romans, for all their engineering prowess, never attempted to move stones of comparable size anywhere else in their vast empire. Their most ambitious construction projects, from the Pantheon in Rome to the aqueducts that supplied their cities with water, involved stones weighing at most a few tons. The idea that they suddenly developed the ability to handle blocks 10 times heavier than anything they'd ever worked with before, and then promptly forgot this technology, strains credibility. This has led many researchers to suspect that the trilithons predate the Roman occupation of the site by centuries, possibly millennia. The Romans, according to this theory, simply built their temples on top of much older foundations, incorporating the megalithic blocks into their own construction without moving them. This would explain why the trilithons are so different in scale and technique from the Roman work above them, and why no other Roman site displays similar megalithic construction. But if the Romans didn't build the trilithons, who did? Historical records provide frustratingly few clues. The earliest written accounts of Baalbek date to the Hellenistic period, long after the megalithic foundations would have been laid. Local traditions speak of the site as ancient beyond memory, but offer little specific information about its builders. Some accounts credit the Phoenicians, the master seafarers and traders who dominated the eastern Mediterranean for over a millennium. Others push the origins back even further, suggesting that the megaliths were the work of a forgotten people who inhabited the region before recorded history began. The Phoenician connection is intriguing for several reasons. As a maritime civilization, the Phoenicians possessed advanced knowledge of engineering and construction techniques. Their colonies stretched across the Mediterranean, from Spain to North Africa, and they were known for their ambitious building projects. They also had access to vast resources and labor pools, making them theoretically capable of undertaking megalithic construction projects. Archaeological evidence supports the possibility of Phoenician involvement at Baalbek. Pottery fragments and other artifacts found at the site suggest continuous occupation from at least the first millennium BCE, well within the Phoenician period. The site's location along ancient trade routes would have made it strategically important to a commercial people like the Phoenicians, providing motivation for major construction projects. Yet even the Phoenicians, advanced as they were, left no other examples of megalithic construction on the scale of the Baalbek trilithons. Their other architectural achievements, impressive though they are, involve stones of manageable size transported using conventional techniques. The trilithons represent a quantum leap in scale and ambition that seems out of character for any known ancient civilization. This has led some researchers to look even further back in time, to the mysterious pre-Phoenician cultures that inhabited the Levant during the Bronze Age and earlier. These peoples, known mainly through scattered archaeological remains, were already building impressive structures and developing sophisticated technologies thousands of years before the rise of the classical civilizations we're more familiar with. The idea of Bronze Age megalith builders gained support from similar structures found throughout the ancient world. From the massive stone circles of Europe to the colossal statues of Easter Island, our prehistoric ancestors demonstrated a remarkable ability to move and position enormous stones. The trilithons of Baalbek could represent the pinnacle of this megalithic tradition, a final demonstration of ancient engineering prowess before the knowledge was lost to time. But understanding who built the trilithons is only half the mystery. The other half, equally perplexing, is the question of how they managed it. Moving an 800-ton stone block is a challenge that would tax modern construction equipment. Doing it with Bronze Age or even Iron Age technology seems impossible, yet somehow it was accomplished. Various theories have been proposed to explain the construction of the trilithons. The most conventional suggests the use of massive earthen ramps, similar to those proposed for the construction of the Egyptian pyramids. According to this theory, builders would have constructed enormous ramps leading from the quarry to the construction site, then used rollers, levers, and vast amounts of human labor to move the blocks into position. The ramp theory faces several practical difficulties. The distance from the quarry to the construction site is nearly half a mile, and the blocks would have had to be raised to a considerable height to reach their final positions. The ramps required would have been truly massive, requiring more earth and stone than the construction project itself. Moreover, no trace of such ramps has ever been found, despite extensive archaeological investigation of the site. Alternative theories focus on more sophisticated mechanical solutions. Some researchers have proposed the use of massive wooden cranes, constructed specifically for the megalithic construction project. Such cranes would have required enormous amounts of timber and sophisticated engineering knowledge, but might have been capable of lifting and positioning the trilithons without the need for extensive earthworks. The crane theory has its own limitations. Lebanon, while forested in ancient times, would have had difficulty supplying the massive timbers required for cranes capable of lifting 800-ton blocks. Moreover, the precision with which the trilithons are positioned suggests a level of control that would be difficult to achieve with ancient lifting devices. Perhaps the most intriguing theories involve lost technologies that have been forgotten by modern civilization. Proponents of these ideas suggest that ancient builders possessed knowledge of physics, engineering, or even energy manipulation that we're only beginning to rediscover. They point to the precision of megalithic construction worldwide as evidence that ancient peoples had access to techniques that made heavy stone construction much easier than we imagine. The lost technology theory gains support from the worldwide distribution of megalithic sites. From Peru to Easter Island, from Stonehenge to the trilithons of Baalbek, ancient builders demonstrated remarkable abilities to work with massive stones. The similarity of construction techniques across vast distances and time periods suggests the existence of a shared body of knowledge that has since been lost. Some researchers have proposed that this knowledge was acoustic in nature, based on an understanding of sound frequencies that could somehow reduce the effective weight of heavy objects. Others suggest magnetic or gravitational manipulation, technologies that might have allowed ancient builders to overcome the normal limitations of mechanical advantage. While such ideas remain highly speculative, they offer potential explanations for achievements that seem impossible using conventional techniques. The acoustic theory has gained particular attention in recent years, partly because of experiments showing that certain sound frequencies can indeed affect the behavior of solid objects. Researchers have demonstrated that carefully tuned sound waves can levitate small objects, leading to speculation about scaling up such techniques to work with massive stone blocks. Support for acoustic theories comes from the apparent acoustic properties of many megalithic sites. The trilithons of Baalbek, like many other ancient stone structures, exhibit unusual resonance characteristics. When struck, they produce deep, sustained tones that seem to vibrate through the entire structure. Some researchers suggest these properties were intentional, evidence that the builders understood and utilized acoustic principles in their construction techniques. Another aspect of the trilithon mystery that deserves attention is their remarkable precision. The three massive blocks fit together so perfectly that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. This level of accuracy is impressive enough in modern construction, where laser measuring devices and computer-controlled machinery ensure precise fits. Achieving such precision with Bronze Age tools and techniques seems nearly impossible. The precision of the trilithons extends beyond their fit to include their positioning within the overall structure. Each block is exactly where it needs to be to support the Roman construction above, suggesting that the megalithic builders had detailed knowledge of structural engineering principles. This implies a level of mathematical and architectural sophistication that challenges our assumptions about ancient capabilities. The geometric perfection of the trilithons also suggests the use of standardized measuring systems and construction planning techniques. The blocks appear to have been designed to specific dimensions, with each fitting into a predetermined position within the overall structure. This level of planning requires advanced mathematical knowledge and sophisticated construction management techniques. Recent ground-penetrating radar surveys of the Baalbek site have revealed that the trilithons are part of a much larger megalithic complex buried beneath centuries of accumulated earth and later construction. The scans show massive foundations extending far beyond the visible remains, suggesting that the trilithons were once part of an enormous stone structure that dwarfs even the impressive Roman temples above. These discoveries have prompted calls for more extensive excavation of the site, but political instability in the region has limited archaeological work in recent years. What remains visible of the megalithic complex may represent only a fraction of what lies hidden beneath the surface. Future excavations could reveal the full extent of the ancient builders' achievements and provide new clues about their identity and capabilities. The mystery of the trilithons has also been complicated by more recent discoveries in the ancient quarry. In addition to the stone of the pregnant woman, archaeologists have identified several other massive blocks in various stages of completion. These stones provide insights into the quarrying techniques used by the ancient builders, but they also deepen the mystery of why such an ambitious construction project was apparently abandoned. The unfinished blocks suggest that the megalithic construction project came to an abrupt end, perhaps due to some catastrophic event or societal collapse. The precision of the quarrying work indicates that the project was well organized and technically sophisticated, making its sudden abandonment all the more puzzling. What could have caused the builders to simply walk away from such an enormous undertaking? Some researchers have suggested that the abandonment of the megalithic project was connected to broader climatic and environmental changes that affected the entire eastern Mediterranean region. The end of the Bronze Age was marked by widespread societal collapses, often attributed to climate change, natural disasters, or invasions by mysterious sea peoples who disrupted established trade networks and political structures. The timing of these disruptions coincides roughly with evidence for abandonment at megalithic sites throughout the ancient world. This has led some researchers to propose that the megalith builders were victims of a global catastrophe that ended their sophisticated civilization and erased most traces of their achievements. The trilithons of Baalbek, according to this theory, are among the few surviving remnants of a lost world. The catastrophe theory gains support from geological evidence for significant environmental changes during the relevant time period. Core samples from lakes and ice sheets show evidence of volcanic activity, climate shifts, and possible impact events that could have disrupted ancient civilizations. Such catastrophes would explain both the abandonment of megalithic projects and the loss of the technical knowledge required to complete them. Despite decades of study, the trilithons of Baalbek continue to guard their secrets. No definitive explanation has emerged for how they were constructed, by whom, or why the project was abandoned. They stand as silent testimony to human capabilities that we're still struggling to understand, challenging our assumptions about ancient limitations and pushing the boundaries of what we thought possible with prehistoric technology. Modern engineering analysis of the trilithons has only deepened their mystery. Computer simulations and structural studies confirm that moving and positioning such massive blocks would require techniques and equipment that seem impossibly advanced for their presumed age. Yet there they sit, perfectly fitted and precisely positioned, proof that somehow, somewhere in the distant past, human beings accomplished the seemingly impossible. The trilithons force us to reconsider our understanding of human development and technological progress. They suggest that our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that we've underestimated, and that the story of civilization may be far more complex than our textbooks suggest. In the foundations of a Roman temple in Lebanon, carved in stone and fitted with impossible precision, lies evidence of human achievement that continues to defy explanation thousands of years after its completion. The ancient world is filled with mysteries, some hidden beneath forgotten ruins, some swallowed by the sea, and others preserved only in myth and legend. The pre-flood structures we've explored tonight are just fragments of a deeper story, one that continues to challenge experts and raise more questions than answers. But with every discovery, we're reminded that our past may be far older and far stranger than we've been led to believe.